Chapter 3684. The primordial divine dragon horn floated above Lu Ming's head. This is, when Ao Yen, Ao Guan, Ao Cheng, and the others saw the primordial divine dragon horn above Lu Ming's head, their eyes widened in shock, confusion, and disbelief. Could this be the primordial divine dragon horn? Ao Yen said with a trembling voice. She seemed to be in disbelief. That's right. It's the primordial divine dragon horn. I don't think the primordial divine dragon horn is among the Origin's secret techniques you've awakened. Lu Ming said. Indeed, he had some doubts in his heart. During this period of time, he had seen many people from the dragon-human clan, but none of them had awakened the ancient divine dragon horn. Even nine-clawed dragons like Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and Ao Cheng, as well as other eight-clawed divine dragons, had not awakened the primordial divine dragon horn. Instead, they had awakened other Origin's secret techniques. It really is the immemorial divine dragon horn. A legendary secret technique. Ao Guan and Ao Cheng widened their eyes and stared at the horn with all their strength. Ao Yen took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It's normal that we haven't awakened the primordial divine dragon horn. In fact, in the history of the dragon race, those who have awakened the primordial divine dragon horn are as rare as phoenix feathers. Why? Lu Ming was very surprised. He originally thought that the dragon clan could easily awaken the primordial divine dragon horn. That's because it's the war horn of the dragon race. Once the primordial divine dragon horn appears, it can summon the soul of a dragon to command 10,000 dragons. Anyone who awakens the primordial divine dragon horn is a peerless genius of the dragon race. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to awaken the immemorial divine dragon horn. In the history of the dragon race, there weren't many people who managed to do so. I really didn't expect that a member of the dragon race like you would be able to awaken the immemorial divine dragon horn. Ao Yen sighed. But soon, Ao Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming, you're looking for the divine dragon graveyard because you want to use the ancient divine dragon horn to summon a dragon soul, right? Ao Yen guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Sure. With the archaic divine dragon's horn, you can summon the dragon souls of past generations. You'll definitely be able to kill the various geniuses. Ao Yen said. Good, let's kill him. Ao Guan also became excited. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed, because he discovered that the illusory heavenly jade was releasing another video. With a thought, the illusory divine jade glowed, and an image appeared in the air. In the image was a group of youths. Clearly, they were the geniuses of various races. The geniuses of the various races stood in the air, high and mighty. Below them, a large group of figures knelt on the ground. These figures were all dragon humans from all over the dragon clan's mother planet. In front of the dragon human tribe, there were a few divine dragons lying on the ground, their auras weak. Lu Ming and members of the dragon race, listen up. This is only a portion of it. You'd better come out yourselves. Otherwise, these dragon men and mystical dragons will all die. Also, we will go to the ruins and sacred grounds. If you guys don't show up, we will kill all the dragonians and divine dragons on the dragon race's mother planet. In the sky, a young man shouted with a murderous aura. Damn it! Ao Guan roared. The winged men were capturing divine dragons outside, drinking their blood and eating their meat. On the dragon race's mother planet, the various races' geniuses were hunting the remaining divine dragons. All of this was to force Lu Ming and the others to show up. This was simply too much. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others also had cold killing intent in their eyes. Lu Ming, on the dragon race's mother planet, there's a place called the Dragon Burial Slope. Many dragon race experts in the past would be buried there after reaching the end of their lifespan. Over there, with the primordial divine dragon horn, you will definitely be able to summon the dragon's soul to kill the enemy, Ao Yen said. All right. Let's set off now. This time, we must kill them until they are afraid. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. All right, we'll kill them all. Ao Guan shouted, somewhat impatient. The group did not stop and left Penglai Island, heading towards the Dragon Burial Slope. The Dragon Burial Slope was located in the middle of the Dragon Spirit Continent. The terrain here was steep, and the slopes were connected together like huge divine dragons lying on the ground. On the slope, there were many large tombs. These were the tombs of past divine dragon race experts. As soon as he arrived, Lu Ming felt like his primordial divine dragon blood was about to boil over. This feeling was the same as when Lu Ming had been in the core of the Lost Star River. That was where the six-clawed black dragon resided. It was also this feeling that allowed Lu Ming to summon the dragon's soul. But this feeling was countless times stronger than in the Lost Star River. Woo! Lu Ming took out the primordial divine dragon horn and blew it. A series of strange sound waves were emitted from his body. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from one of the tombs. Then a dragon's soul came out of the tomb. This dragon's soul had 8 claws on its abdomen. When it was alive, it had been an 8-clawed divine dragon. A powerful aura permeated the air. The dragon power was vast and mighty, making Lu Ming and the rest feel immense pressure. Summoning the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul has appeared. It really works. It really works. Wonderful. The dragon horn is a natural commander of the dragon race. Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others whispered excitedly. Lu Ming continued to blow the primordial divine dragon horn. Dragon souls appeared in several more tombs. However, not all tombs would have a dragon soul appear. Some didn't. Ao Yen explained that not all dragons would have an indestructible dragon soul after they died. Some would dissipate after a long time. Some wouldn't form at all. After a while, Lu Ming put away the primordial divine dragon horn. The dragon's soul also disappeared. Good place. Now I'll use the Dream Divine Jade to record a video and send it to the dream space to lure those people over. Lu Ming said. Then he controlled the Dream Divine Jade and aimed it at himself. I'm at the Dragon Burial Slope. Come if you have the guts. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His words were very simple. He told them the location and then sent it to the dream space. He believed that the various races' geniuses would definitely come. Those people would have doubts and worry that Lu Ming had set a trap here. But they would still come. That was because they wanted to take down Lu Ming too much. Moreover, Lu Ming and the others had so few people, while the other party had monstrous geniuses from various races. The other party had that confidence. Sure enough, after Lu Ming sent it to the dream space, it caused a commotion. Many people's eyes were burning. They wanted to make a move, but they were worried that Lu Ming had set a trap. In the end, a genius of a large race called for everyone to gather and deal with Lu Ming together. A few days later, a large number of figures gathered on a peak. Swish! Swish! In the sky, there were still people flying over. The various races' geniuses were gathered here. At the peak of the mountain stood several figures. The other geniuses were far away from these figures, looking at them with fear in their eyes. These figures were the strongest group of people who had entered the dragon race's mother planet this time. Chapter 3685. Among these people was Tianji Haoyue of the Tianji clan. Another person was the peerless genius of the Yin Yang race, Yin Yang Flying Catkins. There was also a young man with green skin and sharp fangs. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This young man had a terrifying background. He was a genius of the Azura race. The Azura race was ranked 11th on the primitive 10,000 races list. It was an extremely terrifying race that was born to fight and kill. Every member of the Azura race was a natural warrior with terrifying combat strength. This genius of the Azura race was at the Quasi-Emperor realm. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Even Tianji Haoyue and Yin Yang Flying Catkins looked at him with grave eyes. There were also a few other young men who were extremely terrifying existences. They were not weaker than Yin Yang Flying Catkins. Everyone, Lu Ming took the initiative to reveal his destination this time. Be careful of any traps. Yin Yang Flying Catkins said. So what if there's a trap? We have so many people. Our strength is enough to crush them. Any tricks will be useless. The genius of the Azura race cultivated the Tao of sealing. His face was ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Why don't we use those dragon men to threaten Lu Ming and the others and make them come to us? Wouldn't that be better? Another young man said. Impossible. Tianji Haoyue shook his head. Lu Ming must know that as long as we capture him, we will be conferred the title of Son of Heaven or Daughter of Heaven. Who would give up such a great reward? He must know what we're thinking. So, if we use the dragon men to threaten Lu Ming but he doesn't listen and stays at that place, then we won't go over? These words made the face of the previous young man sink. Indeed, even if they threatened him, Lu Ming would not come. Would they not go over to capture Lu Ming? That was impossible. Who could resist the temptation of a son of heaven or daughter of heaven? Since they would definitely go over, why would Lu Ming be threatened by them and come? Lu Ming was not stupid. So, on the surface, it seems that we have taken down a large number of dragon men and we have the initiative. In fact, as soon as Lu Ming appears, we will become passive. Because we will definitely not be able to resist capturing him. Tianji Haoyue said. The others nodded. I'm afraid that they will set a trap and we will suffer heavy losses. Yin Yang Flying Catkins said. You don't have to worry about that. A son of heaven and daughter of heaven. Let me introduce you to my friends. With them. Tianji Haoyue said before turning his gaze towards a certain spot in the void. Suddenly, ripples arose in space there, and then two figures appeared. The man's figure was sturdy and full of strength. The woman had a graceful figure and was extremely beautiful. And Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Xiu Feng, and the others' expressions changed. Just by sensing their auras, they could tell that one of them was a world turtle and the other was a space-time spirit mouse. Tianji Haoyue, previously, the world divine turtle and the space-time spirit rat clan helped Lu Ming. If you ask them to help, be careful of harming yourself. Yin Yang Haoyue said coldly. Yin Yang Haoyue. Someone from my clan helped Lu Ming because he has a personal relationship with Lu Ming. I don't know any Lu Ming. My clan's ancestor ordered me to redeem myself. We must capture Lu Ming. The burly young man from the world divine turtle said. Same for my clan. The woman from the space-time spirit mouse said concisely. That's right. The world divine turtle and the space-time spirit mouse have a personal relationship with Lu Ming. But it doesn't mean that others will. With them around, no trap will work. Tianji Haoyue said with a smile. Everyone's eyes flashed. Indeed, there was no trap under the eyes of the world divine turtle and the space-time spirit mouse. Then, who will Lu Ming belong to after we break the other party's trap? A young man asked. It's simple. Whoever can capture Lu Ming will get him. Xiu Feng said loudly. His eyes swept across the crowd with a fierce look. Everyone's face sank. They were extremely wary of Xiu Feng. All right, we're almost all here. Let's go. Tianji Haoyue said. He waved his hand and a map appeared. After looking at the map, everyone soared into the sky and flew towards the dragon burial slope. After a while, the dragon burial slope was in sight. This terrain is indeed suitable for setting up formations. Tianji Haoyue said. The Tianji clan was not only good at deduction, they were also proficient in observing the heavens and earth. They were even proficient in formations. However, there was still a gap between them and the world divine turtle. This should be the burial ground of the divine dragon clan. Let's be careful. The young man from the world divine turtle looked around and said. Everyone nodded and continued to fly towards the depths of the dragon burial slope. Lu Ming, I see him. There's also the nine-clawed dragon. A few excited voices rang out. In front of them was a huge slope. To be precise, it was a huge dragon tomb. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, Ao Guan, and the others were sitting cross-legged and looking at them indifferently. Are there any formations around? Yin Yang Flying Catkins asked. No, I've observed carefully. There are no traces of formations around. The young man from the world Divine Turtle said. I've observed with the power of spacetime. There are no abnormalities within 1,000,000 miles. The spacetime spirit mouse said. No abnormalities. Xiao Feng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others were a bit stunned. In their view, it was normal for Lu Ming and the others to set up traps around. Now that there were no traps, they were a bit uncertain. There's no mistake, right? Yin Yang Flying Catkins asked. There's no mistake. The young man from the world Divine Turtle said. At this moment, Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others had already stood up. The world Divine Turtle and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clans. It seems that Dandan and Bubble aren't the only ones entering the Dragon clan's mother planet. Lu Ming looked at the young man and woman of the two clans and his eyes moved. He wasn't surprised that the prodigies of the world Divine Turtle and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clans were here. After all, Dandan and Bubble had helped him to kill the prodigies of the other clans before. Even though the world Divine Turtle and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clans had a special status in the universe and had a good relationship with the other clans, they had obviously violated the orders of the Heavenly Palace. It would be unreasonable if they didn't make some compensation. The best way to atone for their sins was to do something good. Since there's no trap, then, Yin Yang Flying Catkins's eyes flashed coldly and a black and white divine light burst out and directly rushed towards Lu Ming. Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Lu Ming is mine. Xiao Feng shouted coldly and his body also rushed out. The sky kept exploding. At the same time, a few other terrifying prodigies also attacked together and rushed towards Lu Ming. Since there were no traps, they couldn't help but directly attack, afraid that Lu Ming would be taken down by others. Chapter 3686. When Yin Yang Flying Catkins, Xiao Feng, and the others attacked, the entire dragon burial slope was flooded with divine light. These heavenly geniuses were too strong. Quasi-emperors. When they attacked, Lu Ming's muscles tensed up and his hair stood on end. He felt incomparable danger. Yes, quasi-emperors. Xiao Feng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others were all quasi-emperors. In the Taishu dynasty, they were on par with the Taishu Sage Emperor, the Barbarian Emperor, and the Holy Old Heavenly King. But in terms of battle power, these heavenly geniuses were many times stronger than the Barbarian Emperor and the others. If they fought at the same level, the Barbarian Emperor, the Holy Old Heavenly King, and the others would only be killed in an instant. Even the Quasi-Emperor Undying Demon King wasn't a match for these people. If Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others relied on their own strength, they would be killed in an instant. But this time, Lu Ming and the others didn't think of relying on their own strength to fight. The instant Xiao Feng, Yin Yang Flying Catkins, and the others attacked, Lu Ming also moved. He held the primordial divine dragon horn in his hand and blew it. Woo! An ancient and resounding horn sounded, as if an ancient battlefield had reappeared. Roar! Then, a heaven-shaking dragon roar came from the dragon tomb under Lu Ming's feet. The dragon tomb lit up, and a huge dragon soul flew out. This was the dragon's soul of a 9-clawed dragon. It was mighty and extraordinary, and its vast dragon might made people's hearts palpitate. Although they didn't know what era this divine dragon was from when it was alive, Lu Ming had used the primordial divine dragon horn to summon an indestructible dragon soul countless years after its death. It was still extremely powerful. A dragon's soul wasn't a soul. It was equivalent to a remnant undying will, or a trace of imprint. The dragon's soul roared and swept its tail at Yin Yang Flying Catkins and the others. Boom! A series of violent explosions rang out, and energy overflowed. The attacks of Xiao Feng and the others had actually been blocked. It's a dragon's soul. Damn it! Could this be the legendary war horn of the divine dragon race? He's just a human. How could he awaken it? Tianji Haoyue thought of something and roared in shock. Who cares about the horn? Kill! Xiao Feng roared. His body swelled up, and he transformed into a giant Azura. Black God Force rolled off of him, and he wielded a huge saber. With a murderous aura, he charged toward Lu Ming. The yin-yang flying catkins was shrouded in yin-yang qi. The yin-yang twin swords slashed through the sky towards Lu Ming. Its might was many times stronger than the yin-yang flying catkins. The other sky prides also unleashed their full strength and charged towards Lu Ming. Behind them, those geniuses with weaker cultivation levels also dashed toward Lu Ming. This time, a full 1,000 terrifying heavens chosen came. Their cultivations were all 7th level divine lord and above. No one could resist the temptation of becoming a heavenly son or heavenly daughter. Woo woo woo, the sound of the primordial divine dragon's horn became urgent. Then, the dragon tombs lit up, and the dragon's roar resounded through the world. Roar roar roar. Amidst the dragon roars, several enormous dragon souls appeared and roared toward the sky with overwhelming dragon might. Under Lu Ming's control, these dragon souls charged at the sky prides. These dragon souls were all major characters of the dragon race. When they were alive, they were shockingly powerful. Even though they had died countless years ago, leaving behind only a remnant soul mark, their combat power was still terrifying. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. In just an instant, there were casualties. At least a dozen sky prides were torn apart by the dragon souls. Even the yin-yang flying catkins, Xiao Feng, and the others were sent flying. Spacetime energy. World formation. The spacetime spirit mouse and world divine turtle sky prides attacked. Countless runes suddenly appeared around Lu Ming and the others. Furthermore, the space around them began to ripple. Powerful spacetime energy began to spread towards them. However, Lu Ming had long since been prepared for this. The dragon tomb they had chosen wasn't a random one. The 9-clawed dragon soul they had summoned was incomparably powerful. Under Lu Ming's control, the 9-clawed dragon soul suddenly retracted. Its dragon claws stepped on the air, and the runes, formations, and spacetime energy all exploded. Regardless of whether it was the formation or the power of time and space, they were all blasted apart by the immense power. Then, the 9-clawed dragon soul coiled around Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others to protect them. Woo woo woo. Lu Ming circulated his god force, blowing the primordial divine dragon's horn. The ancient sound spread in all directions. Dragon souls constantly flew out of the dragon tombs, attacking the various sky prides. Almost all of these dragon souls were 9-clawed dragons. 8-clawed divine dragons, and even the weakest was a 7-clawed divine dragon. Some of them were so strong that they could even suppress Xiao Feng, yin-yang flying catkins, and the others. Miserable screams rose and fell as more and more sky prides were killed. In just a short while, over 100 sky prides had fallen. As for them, they couldn't even get close to Lu Ming. Furthermore, the number of dragon souls here was increasing, while their numbers were decreasing. Damn it, we fell into his trap. Let's retreat and leave this area. This kid has the primordial divine dragon's horn and can summon dragon souls. As long as we leave this burial ground, we'll be fine. Many people, including Tianji Haoyue, roared. They planned to retreat first before thinking of a way to deal with Lu Ming. They did their best to retreat. However, could they retreat so easily? Clearly not. The place Lu Ming had chosen was the center of the divine dragon burial ground. There were dragon tombs all around. At this moment, dragon roars could be heard everywhere. Especially several huge dragon tombs. Their roars shook heaven and earth. Several incomparably huge dragon souls appeared. Roar! One of the 9-clawed dragon souls grabbed at yin-yang flying catkins. This dragon soul's strength had reached a shocking level. Its vast aura made yin-yang flying catkins cry out in fright. He could sense that this dragon soul had completely surpassed the divine sovereign realm. It was definitely a divine emperor, and not an ordinary divine emperor. It was so strong that he couldn't resist. Roar! A dragon roar rang out as a dragon claw grabbed at Young Flying Catkins. Young Flying Catkins tried his best to break out, but the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. The dragon claw swiped at him, and Young Flying Catkins let out an unwilling cry. His body directly exploded, and his soul was destroyed. Even the nearby skyprides were killed. There were at least 4 of such terrifying dragon souls surrounding the place. The various skyprides were surrounded. Xiao Feng, Tianji Haoyue, and the others had ugly expressions. Spacetime Spirit Mouse, quickly open a wormhole. Let us charge out. Tianji Haoyue roared at the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. I can't open a wormhole. With my strength, I can't do it. The Spacetime Spirit Mouse prodigy shouted. Chapter 3687. Although her cultivation base was higher than Bubbles, her talent wasn't as strong as Bubbles. She couldn't open a wormhole, not even a short-distance wormhole. Damn it! Tianji Haoyue and the others panicked. If they couldn't open a wormhole and leave, they would definitely die under the siege of so many dragon souls. Attack Lu Ming. These dragon souls are all controlled by him. As long as we take him down, all the danger will be resolved. Tianji Haoyue roared. Kill! Xiao Feng roared and charged toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. The other geniuses did the same. Yes, their only chance of survival was Lu Ming. As long as they took down Lu Ming, all the danger would be resolved. All the geniuses charged at Lu Ming. Woo woo woo! The primordial divine dragon horn began to hum rapidly. Divine power poured into Lu Ming's body from the quantum character art, allowing the primordial divine dragon horn to take effect. One by one, the divine dragons charged toward the skyprides of the various races. There were also many souls around Lu Ming. Tianji Haoyue and the others couldn't charge in at all. As for the 4 strongest dragon souls, they were already charging at them. Those 4 dragon souls were too strong. With each move, over a dozen geniuses were killed. In just a short while, half of the geniuses had fallen. There were over 500 of them. This was an incomparably huge loss. These geniuses were all 7th-level divine lords. If they were placed in the various races, they would have become divine emperors. It wouldn't be difficult for them to become even stronger existences. But now, a large number of them had fallen. Boom! At this moment, the entire dragon race's mother planet let out a rumble and violently shook. Lu Ming's gaze swept towards the sky. Outside the dragon race's mother planet, an incomparably huge figure appeared. The holy light was even more resplendent than the sun. Heavenly Palace, Lord of Heaven. Stop! The Lord of Heaven shouted. His palm shone and slashed out. It turned into a resplendent sword of light and slashed at the dragon race's mother planet. Roar! 10,000 dragon seals were activated to resist the sword of light. Rumble! The entire dragon clan's mother planet shook violently. Some mountains even exploded. The dragon burial ground also shook violently. Even Lu Ming's primordial mystical dragon horn paused. The Lord of Heaven has come to save us. Let's work together and kill our way out. All the prodigies roared and rushed in the same direction. Outside the dragon race's mother planet, the Lord of Heaven's attacks were extremely violent, even more terrifying than the last time. Sword of Heaven survey. The Lord of Heaven roared, and the universe shook. This time, he returned to the Heavenly Palace and retrieved the treasure of the Heavenly Palace, the Sword of Heaven survey. As soon as he returned, he saw the geniuses of various races being trapped by Lu Ming's soul. He immediately attacked. A holy sword appeared in the hands of the Lord of Heaven. Boom! At this moment, the Lord of Heaven's aura was at its peak. A few wisps of sword chi seeped out and directly cut open the starry sky. A few ferocious cracks appeared in the vast starry sky, spanning an endless distance. In the endless distance, planets were cut in half one after another, and stars exploded one after another. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. These were just a few wisps of overflowing sword chi, and it was already so terrifying. If the Lord of Heaven used his full strength, he might really be able to cut open an entire galaxy. Legend has it that some of the top powerhouses in the universe could directly destroy an entire galaxy with a full-strength attack. It was not just a rumor. Slash. The Lord of Heaven roared. Holding the Sword of Heaven survey with both hands, a terrifying power condensed and then turned into an extremely condensed sword chi that slashed towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Roar. At this moment, the 10,000 dragon seals boiled. The entire 10,000 dragon seals turned into an incomparably huge divine dragon that coiled around the Dragon Clan's mother planet. This was the complete manifestation of the 10,000 dragon seals. This divine dragon roared, and its dragon claws burst out with golden divine light as it grabbed at the Sword of Heaven survey. Boom! As if the universe had exploded, the two sides were completely annihilated in the middle of the collision. The dazzling divine light made people unable to open their eyes. The Dragon Clan's mother planet shook violently. Many peaks collapsed, and in the sea, endless waves rolled, forming a tsunami. In the end, outside the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the result was decided. The dragon claw formed by the 10,000 dragon seals actually exploded. The sword chi formed by the Sword of Heaven survey also shattered. However, it turned into wisps of sword chi that spread across the surface of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. That collision just now caused some weaknesses to appear in the 10,000 dragon seals. In an instant, many sword chi seeped in and permeated into the Dragon Clan's mother planet. These sword chi were weakened to the extreme by the 10,000 dragon seals, and did not have much power left. However, they were still extremely terrifying. These sword chi bombarded the ground of the Dragon Clan's mother planet without any target. Boom! Boom! The mountains were penetrated, and huge pits were blasted out on the ground. Many dragon beasts were swept by the sword chi and turned into ashes. Some unlucky dragonians were swept by the sword chi and died on the spot. The people from the outside world are coming in, quickly hide. Hide in the ruins. Quickly. At this moment, the entire Dragon Clan's mother planet was in chaos. Countless dragonians roared in horror, as if doomsday was coming. Many people roared and rushed into the various ruins. Most of these ruins were shrouded in restrictions and had spatial folding technology to avoid disasters. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was in chaos. At the Dragon Burial Slope, a wisp of sword chi also fell. This sword chi had no target, and it fell directly. When it fell, a large number of dragon souls were directly destroyed. However, a large number of sky prides from various races were also killed by the sword chi, at least dozens of them. In the end, the sword chi fell on the ground and blasted out a huge pit. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others' faces were a little pale. If this sword chi fell on them, only death would await them. Fortunately, their luck was not bad and it did not fall near them. However, this way, the dragon souls in that direction were destroyed by the sword chi, including a terrifying dragon soul. This way, a flaw appeared in the encirclement. Charge out. How could Tianji Haoyue and the others miss such an opportunity? They pushed their speed to the limit and rushed out with all their might. The sky pride of the spacetime spirit mouse was the fastest. In a flash, he rushed out of the encirclement. Next was Tianji Haoyue, Xiu Feng, and the others. They also rushed out of the encirclement. The other sky prides rushed out with all their might. Wu Lu Ming continued to blow the primordial divine dragon horn, controlling the remaining dragon souls to chase after the various sky prides. In the end, after a few dozen sky prides were left, the remaining sky prides all left the Dragon Burial Slope. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill all the sky prides from various races in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, because the Lord of Heaven suddenly made a move, a flaw appeared in his plan, and these people escaped. Tianji Haoyue and the others left the Dragon Burial Slope, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they still had lingering fears. Chapter 3688. That damned Lu Ming! Tianji Haoyue roared in his heart, his face incomparably sinister. This time, he had lost a lot of face. The Tianji race was known for their flawless plan, but this time, he had miscalculated. Even he himself had almost been completely wiped out. This was a great humiliation to him. He already bore a deep grudge against Lu Ming. Dragon race, Lu Ming, I will return this enmity tenfold. Tianji Haoyue roared in his heart, but then he thought, the Lord of Heaven is about to make a move. This Lu Ming is dead for sure. I probably won't have a chance to take revenge. What a pity, people in the dragon race's mother planet, listen up. All of you, withdraw from the dragon race's mother planet. If you don't, I won't be able to take care of you when I make a move. The Lord of Heaven's voice came from beyond the sky. Go, let's leave quickly. Go. The expressions of the various races' geniuses changed greatly. They couldn't care less about the opportunities here and flew towards the sky. The Lord of Heaven was clearly going all out. The Lord of Heaven had broken the 10,000 dragon seals. Even if a wisp of energy seeped into the dragon race's mother planet, it was incomparably terrifying. Just like just now, it was just a wisp of sword energy, but no one could block it. If they were unlucky and were hit by the sword energy, only death would await them. None of the various races' geniuses dared to stay, and they all flew into the sky. The 10,000 dragon seals wouldn't stop them from flying out of the dragon race's mother planet. These people flew out of the range of the 10,000 dragon seals and returned to the starry sky. In an instant, almost all the various races' geniuses had left the dragon race's mother planet. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility of some unwilling ones hiding in some ruins on the dragon race's mother planet. The Lord of Heaven couldn't be bothered with this. Is the Lord of Heaven going all out? Lu Ming looked at the sky with a solemn expression. He didn't put away the ancient divine power horn and continued to control the dragon's soul. When the Lord of Heaven attacked the 10,000 dragon seals, if the energy seeped in like before, he could control the dragon's soul to block it. It was better than them defending themselves, even though they weren't very confident. After the prodigies of the various clans left, the Lord of Heaven looked at Lu Ming and the others. Do you really think you can stop me with just 10,000 dragon seals? How naive. The Lord of Heaven's cold voice sounded, and the holy light on his body became even more dazzling. The sword of sky survey in his hand emitted a terrifying aura as if it was going to slaughter the world. The sword of sky survey had the power to survey the heavens and could slay anyone in the world. It was a precious treasure of the heavenly palace. The cultivation of the Lord of Heaven was fully unleashed. Endless destructive power poured into the sword of Heaven Sentinel. Today, I will break these 10,000 dragon seals. The Lord of Heaven shouted coldly, and he became one with the sword. His body and the sword of sky survey seemed to become one, turning into a dazzling sword light that stabbed towards the dragon race's mother planet. This time, it wasn't just a sword light like the previous time. Instead, the Lord of Heaven and the sword of sky survey had become one, and the power of the attack had reached a terrifying level. The 10,000 dragon seals turned into an incomparably huge divine dragon. It let out a long roar, and then directly pounced towards the Lord of Heaven. Boom! The two sides collided once again. Crash! With the Lord of Heaven as the center, the void within 100 million miles was directly annihilated, turning into nothingness. Nothing was left. The prodigies and the older generation experts of the various clans had already evacuated this part of the starry sky, not daring to stay at all. Endless destructive power swept across the starry sky, and wherever it passed, nothing was left. Even the huge star that accompanied the dragon race's mother planet trembled, and its flames dimmed, almost extinguishing like a candle flame. Boom! 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 Outside the sky, there were continuous explosions, and airwaves swept across. Looking up from the dragon race's mother planet, the sky was dazzling and extremely spectacular. Roar! Then, there were dragon roars, and Lu Ming saw that the divine dragon formed by the 10,000 dragon seals actually trembled, and was forcibly cut in two by the sword light. Of course, this divine dragon being cut in two didn't mean that the 10,000 dragon seals were broken. That divine dragon was just the manifestation of the 10,000 dragon seals' counterattack. The divine dragon being broken only meant that the counterattack of the 10,000 dragon seals was broken. Boom! Then, the sword light didn't stop, and continued to slash downwards. However, a layer of light shield appeared around the dragon race's mother planet. This layer of light shield surrounded the dragon race's mother planet in the middle, and on the surface of the light shield, there were countless divine dragon figures moving around. This was the true appearance of the 10,000 dragon seals. It was just that they usually didn't show it. The sword light heavily slashed on the light shield, and a shocking explosion erupted. The dragon race's mother planet shook even more violently, and terrifying energy seeped into the dragon race's mother planet, scattering on the ground. On the dragon race's mother planet, the ground, mountains, and seas were constantly exploding, and countless lifeforms died. There were also several energy blasts that landed near the dragon burial slope, and several dragon tombs exploded. Fortunately, none of the energy blasts landed on Lu Ming and the others. Their luck wasn't bad. The 10,000 dragon seals were constantly vibrating. Above them, countless divine dragons were roaring and glowing. The sky patrolling sword surveys the world, killing everything. Break! The Lord of Heaven's voice shook the universe's starry sky, and holy light extinguished the starry sky, turning it into nothingness. Crack! A sound was heard, as if porcelain had been shattered. A crack was forcibly torn on the 10,000 dragon seals. Not good. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others' expressions changed. Previously, the winged race's experts and the Wu people's experts had wanted to tear open a crack on the 10,000 dragon seals and then kill Lu Ming. But with their strength, they weren't able to do that. In the end, they had been injured by the 10,000 dragon seals and had retreated. But now, the Lord of Heaven's sky patrolling sword had forcibly torn apart the 10,000 dragon seals. Even 10,000 dragon seals can't stop me. The Lord of Heaven roared. The holy light on his body condensed into two large hands, and he clawed at the crack on the 10,000 dragon seals, preventing the 10,000 dragon seals from merging. Kid, if I want to take down someone, no matter where they are, they won't be able to escape. There's no place for you in the universe. The Lord of Heaven's voice spread throughout the starry sky. Then, a holy light passed through the crack and seeped into the dragon race's mother planet. It turned into a hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. The hand covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire dragon burial slope. This is troublesome. Lu Ming whispered. It's more than troublesome. Kid, you're dead. Gu Mo shouted. Lu Ming, facing this situation, Lu Ming wouldn't give up. He blew the primordial divine dragon horn, and one soul after another roared and rushed towards the hand. However, this was the Lord of Heaven's attack, and it wasn't weakened by the 10,000 dragon seals. How terrifying was its power! These dragon souls couldn't block it at all. As the huge hand pressed down, the dragon souls shattered one after another like fireworks. In an instant, all the dragon souls were annihilated. The hand continued to press down. Sigh, Lu Ming put down the primordial divine dragon horn and let out a long sigh. The gap between him and the Lord of Heaven was too big. Even if he wanted to go against the heavens, he couldn't do so. But at this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Chapter 3689. It wasn't just Lu Ming. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, Ao Cheng, and the others all looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, a divine dragon suddenly appeared in front of the huge palm. This divine dragon was just a 5-clawed divine dragon. It didn't look any different from an ordinary 5-clawed divine dragon. However, it gave off an incomparably majestic and unfathomable feeling. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded throughout the entire dragon clan's home planet. A dragon claw stretched out, rapidly expanding, and collided with the Lord of Heaven's palm. With a loud boom, the palm formed by the Lord of Heaven was crushed by the dragon claw. It turned into energy and disappeared. It was blocked. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others were all dumbfounded. That was an attack from the Lord of Heaven. Although it wasn't his full strength, it was still terrifying enough. This five-clawed divine dragon that suddenly appeared actually blocked that attack. The key was that this five-clawed divine dragon looked extremely lifelike. It wasn't an attack condensed from the 10,000 dragon seals. It had its own spirituality. It was like a living being. The divine dragon clan actually had such a powerful existence. In the distant starry sky, the experts of various races were gathered. There were the older generation, and there were also the younger generation. Images were floating in the air, showing Lu Ming and the others, as well as the scene of their previous confrontation. That was because there were many geniuses who had set up monitoring formations all over the Dragon Clan's home planet. There were also some people who had left their illusory divine jades on the Dragon Clan's home planet to monitor it. So they could also see the situation on the Dragon Clan's home planet. A five-clawed divine dragon is so powerful? What's going on? There's still such a powerful remnant of the divine dragon clan alive? Everyone was discussing all kinds of doubts and guesses. At this time, the heavenly palace's Lord of Heaven stared at the five-clawed divine dragon. His pupils shrank, and he said coldly, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the world destruction black dragon Ao Qian. You're really lucky to still have a wisp of your soul left behind." "What is Senior Ao Qian?" When Ao Yan heard this, she cried out in alarm. "No way, Senior Ao Qian is still alive. Didn't he die in battle back then?" Ao Guan and Ao Cheng also cried out in surprise. However, soon after, their eyes erupted with a fiery radiance. That was the radiance of worship. "Everyone, is this Senior Ao Qian a big shot of your dragon clan?" Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others. "He's not just a big shot, Ao Qian is a legend of the dragon clan. He came from an ordinary background, he was only a five-clawed black dragon. But as a five-clawed black dragon, he rose against the heavens and defeated countless geniuses of the dragon clan. Even the nine-clawed dragon lost to him. After that, he became the strongest cultivator of the dragon clan." Ao Yan said. "Furthermore, Senior Ao Qian came from a small world." Ao Guan added. Although they were all nine-clawed dragons, which was the embodiment of the dragon clan's bloodline talent, they were all dragons. However, when they talked about Ao Qian, their eyes were full of worship and passion. A five-clawed divine dragon from a small world actually became the #1 expert of the dragon race. Lu Ming was also amazed. The five-clawed divine dragon had the lowest talent in the divine dragon clan. Ao Qian, on the other hand, came from a small world, but in the end, he became the #1 expert of the endless dragon clan. This was completely an epic. This was an invincible figure, a peerless hero, an overlord of the universe. However, according to the Lord of Heaven, Ao Qian seemed to only have a wisp of his soul left. Before we were sealed back then, it was said that Senior Ao Qian had already died in battle. I didn't expect him to still be alive." Ao Yan said, her eyes bursting with hope. She was the princess of the dragon clan and shouldered the hope of the dragon clan's rise. However, how old was she and how high was her cultivation base? This pressure was too great. Now that she knew that the #1 expert of the dragon clan was still alive, she breathed a sigh of relief and felt that the pressure had lessened by a lot. "Yale, get out of the dragon clan's mother planet." In the sky, Ao Qian spoke. His voice was deep and full of dominance. Yale was the name of the Lord of Heaven. He directly asked a Lord of Heaven to get out. "Ao Qian, you're just a wisp of your soul. If you were at your peak, I would still be a little afraid. A wisp of your soul still dares to come out. Today, I'll completely turn you into ashes." The Yale Lord of Heaven roared, and holy light burst forth. However, after the delay just now, the power of the 10,000 dragon seals became stronger and stronger. It produced a counterattack, and the Yale Lord of Heaven was forced to retreat. The gaps in the 10,000 dragon seals that had been opened reformed and the cracks disappeared. The Yale Lord of Heaven's face was a little gloomy. All of you, attack with me. Today, we'll completely destroy Ao Qian's soul and make the Dragon Clan history. The Yale Lord of Heaven said coldly. His words were directed in another direction. As soon as his voice fell, a huge figure appeared in the starry sky outside the Dragon Clan's mother planet. This incomparably huge figure was covered in holy light, and it had 6 pairs of wings on its back. It was the 12-winged angel that had appeared before. After the 12-winged angel appeared, another huge figure appeared in another direction. This figure was different from the 12-winged angel. It was covered in a blood-red fog, and it looked incomparably evil. There was also a pair of wings on its back. This pair of wings was like a bat's, but the edges of the wings were golden. Its aura was incomparably terrifying, and it wasn't any weaker than the 12-winged angel. At the same time, a black fog appeared that blocked the sun's rays. This black fog constantly twisted, turning into a human form and then into a beast form. The angels, blood race, and soul race have all come? Very good. Ao Qian said coldly, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. I'll break the 10,000 dragon seals. After I break them, you guys hold the 10,000 dragon seals. Don't let them heal. Yale said. The experts of the angels, blood race, and soul race nodded. Attack. The Yale Lord of Heaven spoke. Boom. 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 Immediately, the auras of the 3 experts of the 3 races erupted. Under this terrifying aura, the starry sky shook violently. Then, the 3 of them attacked. 3 attacks fell on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. These 3 people were incomparably terrifying. Their cultivation realms were probably on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. When the 3 attacked, the 10,000 dragon seals also launched a counterattack. An incomparably huge 9-clawed dragon appeared and collided with the attacks of the 3. However, the attacks of the 3 existences on the same level as the Lord of Heaven were too terrifying. The counterattack of the 10,000 dragon seals was instantly defeated. The Lord of Heaven took the opportunity to become one with his sword and slashed down on the light barrier formed by the 10,000 dragon seals. Rumble, the Dragon Clan's mother planet shook violently once more, and strands of energy seeped in. Chapter 3690. Huge craters appeared on the surface of the dragon race's home planet. The energy rushed towards the dragon burial slope, but was easily blocked by Ao Qian. This time, the Lord of Heaven's full power attack landed on the barrier. The barrier shook intensely, and then a crack appeared. This crack was even larger than the previous one. Attack. The 12-winged angel and the blood race's expert appeared on the 10,000 dragon seals crack. Among them, the 12-winged angel emitted holy light all over its body. Its 12 wings were incomparably huge, and it reached into the crack and pulled it out with all its might. As for the blood race's expert, he grabbed the other side of the crack and pulled. Rumble, the 10,000 dragon seal shook even more intensely. That crack was forcibly pulled a bit wider, and it was blocked by 2 terrifying existences. Ao Qian, let's see how you block me. Kill. Lord of Heaven Yale bellowed as holy light bloomed. Endless holy light condensed into a figure that looked exactly like Yale. It held a holy light sword and stepped into the crack, arriving at the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. The Yale Lord of Heaven didn't need to go all out against the 10,000 dragon seal. This divine avatar was extremely terrifying. As soon as he entered, a terrifying aura filled the air. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others felt like they were facing a boundless universe. It was so terrifying that it made them despair. This was an existence that the Lord of Heaven couldn't even imagine. Compared to him, Lu Ming was like a firefly compared to the moon. The difference was countless times. Fortunately, Ao Qian released an aura that blocked Yale's aura. Otherwise, given Yale's, Ao Yan's, and the rest's cultivation level, they would be crushed to death by this aura. Kill. Yale's avatar wielded a sword of holy light and charged toward Ao Qian. Roar. Ao Qian let out a dragon roar and charged forward. His dragon claws seemed like they could tear apart the universe. They clashed with Yale's sword light. Sword light soared into the sky, but it only flickered a few times before exploding. An incomparably huge dragon claw slashed down, and Yale's divine avatar directly collapsed. How is this possible? You're just a remnant soul. Outside the 10,000 dragon seal, the Yale Lord of Heaven roared in shock. Back then, I killed more than one Lord of Heaven. So what if I'm just a remnant soul? Ao Qian spoke domineeringly. It was just a wisp of remnant soul, yet it still had an invincible spirit. It was hard to imagine what kind of spirit Ao Qian would have had when he was at his peak. You. How dare a remnant soul look down on him? He would definitely destroy Ao Qian. If Ao Qian was at his peak, he would just turn and leave. He wouldn't dare to fight. Just like Ao Qian said, he had killed more than one Lord of Heaven back then. But now, Ao Qian was just a remnant soul. He didn't have much strength left. And he had the Sword of Heaven survey. He was confident he could kill Ao Qian. With that, Yale took a step forward and charged into the crack of the 10,000 dragon seal. In an instant, sword light filled the sky. Holy light covered the sky, turning the world white. Then, the dazzling sword light slashed at Ao Qian. Ao Qian roared. His dragon body became millions of miles long as he used a terrifying secret technique. Dazzling divine light blasted at the sword light. He fought with Yale. Boom. Boom. The two exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. Yale's true body charged in personally with the Sword of Heaven survey. He was extremely powerful. Ao Qian was, after all, just a remnant soul. He wasn't a match for his opponent. He was forced to retreat, completely at a disadvantage. Boom. Finally, Yale's sword slashed at Ao Qian's body. Ao Qian's body exploded, turning into rays of light. Senior. How could this be? Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others cried out in disbelief. The number one expert of the dragon race, Ao Qian, was killed as soon as he came out. They couldn't accept this. They had just seen hope, but in the next moment, it was despair. The difference was too great. Ao Qian, so what if you were invincible back then? In the end, you will still die at my hands. The Lord of Heaven laughed. But halfway through, his laughter came to an abrupt stop. Because the rays of light that Ao Qian had exploded into began to gather again. In the end, they turned into a human form, a middle-aged man. This was Ao Qian's human form. He was wearing battle armor, and his figure was imposing and domineering. Ao Qian, why? Yale shouted. He was very puzzled. Why can't I die? Let me tell you, in the dragon race's mother planet, as long as the mother planet is not destroyed, I will not die. Today, the one who will die is you. Die. Ao Qian shouted. His arms shook, and the entire dragon race's mother planet burst out with rays of light. Endless rays of light gathered toward Ao Qian, and his aura continued to surge. Boom. He punched out, and a dragon-shaped fist energy pounced toward Yale. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Yale slashed out with his sword, and collided with the dragon-shaped sword energy. His body was forced back. Ao Qian, you've merged with the dragon race's mother planet Star Will. Damn it. Yale roared. He finally understood why Ao Qian couldn't die. He finally understood why Ao Qian didn't die after being scattered by him. It was because Ao Qian's remnant soul had merged with the dragon race's mother planet Star Will. As long as the dragon race's mother planet was not destroyed, Ao Qian would not die. Moreover, Ao Qian could borrow the power of the entire dragon race's mother planet to increase his combat strength. Die. Die. Ao Qian shouted, and his fists kept punching out. Dragon-shaped fist energy constantly blasted out. Yale had to brandish the Sword of Heaven survey to be able to fight against Ao Qian. Although Ao Qian was just a remnant soul, he could already fight against him with the help of the dragon race's mother planet. Ao Qian, you've merged with the dragon race's mother planet Star Will. You'll be trapped in the dragon race's mother planet for the rest of your life. You won't be able to leave. Yale shouted. I'm just a remnant soul. My mission in the future is to protect the dragon race's mother planet. It doesn't matter if I leave or not. You, on the other hand, won't be able to leave today. Ao Qian replied coldly, and his attacks became more and more violent. Yale roared in his heart. He was helpless and frightened. Ao Qian's current combat strength was probably a few % of his peak. If he didn't have the Sword of Heaven survey, he wouldn't be his opponent. But this time, he wasn't alone. I'll hold Ao Qian back. You, come in and kill Lu Ming and those 9-clawed dragon. Yale's voice sounded. He was talking to the soul race expert. The soul race expert hadn't made a move and was guarding outside. Yes. The soul race expert responded silently, and then rushed toward the crack. He rushed into the dragon race's mother planet through the crack, and then rushed toward Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others. Chapter 3691. This soul race expert was in existence on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. He was incomparably terrifying. Not good. Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. In the end, Ao Qian was just one person. Now that he was entangled, he couldn't save them. Power, power, I want power. Lu Ming roared inside. This feeling of powerlessness was too uncomfortable. He couldn't control his own fate and could only wait for others to save him. This feeling was truly unbearable. If he had the power to suppress the universe, why would he have to do this? Kiki, an existence that has fused with a taboo energy, will die at my hands today. This feeling is wonderful. The soul race expert sneered. It seemed to be a woman's voice, but it was very cold and grating. Do you think you can touch a taboo body? Just as the Spiritas expert's voice fell, another woman's voice rang out. It was cold and arrogant. Then Lu Ming and the others saw a figure appear in front of them. It was a young woman in a dress that fluttered in the wind. She was like an immortal. However, her body was somewhat illusory. It wasn't a corporeal body, but a wisp of her soul. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the rest did not know when this lady had appeared. A remnant soul, no, a soul incarnation. A mere soul incarnation dares to block me? Those who block me will die. The soul race expert roared. His body was like smoke as he charged at the woman. However, he didn't see the fear in the Yale Lord of Heaven's eyes. Careful. The Yale Lord of Heaven shouted a warning, but it was already too late. The young woman extended a jade-white hand and pressed it against the air. It seemed slow, but in the next moment, her palm had already struck the soul race expert. The soul race expert's attack directly collapsed. He let out a miserable scream as his body exploded, turning into smoke that wildly retreated. After retreating a great distance, he reformed. However, his aura was several times weaker than before. He had been heavily injured. Flee! Flee! The soul race expert only had one thought in his mind. He was really scared to death. He was a mighty figure of the Spiritas, and his cultivation was not below that of the Lord of Heaven. Furthermore, the Spiritas were extremely special. They were born with soul bodies that were difficult to kill, and their vitality was extremely tenacious. However, the woman's seemingly casual palm strike had seriously injured him. His aura was extremely weak, and he was almost obliterated. Who is this guy? What kind of being is this? How could it be so terrifying? It was clearly just a soul incarnation, but it was so powerful that it was shocking. He madly rushed towards the crack, wanting to rush out of the crack and get as far away as possible. It wasn't just him. Even Yale had an unsightly expression on his face. Instead of continuing to fight with Ao Qian, he retreated at top speed, following the spirit folk expert out of the rift. After rushing out of the crack, Yale breathed a sigh of relief. The 12-winged angel and the blood-breed elite also let go of the 10,000 dragon seal and retreated. Who is it? Who is this person? Why is he so terrifying? The Spiritas powerhouses muttered to themselves with lingering fear in their hearts. Immeasurable heavenly demon, flying phoenix. Yale murmured. However, his voice was trembling. It was difficult to hide his emotions. What flying phoenix? That taboo? The experts of the Soul Clan, the Angel Clan, and the Blood Clan exclaimed in unison. They were extremely shocked. Yale nodded. Isn't this person supposed to be there? Why would she appear on the dragon race's mother planet? However, it's just a soul incarnation. Could it be that she's guarding the taboo? With this person here, we should retreat first. Or perhaps we can get the Heavenly Palace to send more experts. The taboo isn't something we can deal with. The Spiritas expert said. He still had lingering fear in his heart. You want to retreat? Since you're here, don't leave. That peerlessly beautiful woman, Flying Phoenix, seemed to have heard Yale and the others' conversation. She took a step forward, and her figure appeared outside the 10,000 dragon seal. Yale and the others subconsciously retreated. They're actually this scared? Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others were all shocked. In the distant starry sky, the various races were also shocked when they saw this scene through the monitoring formation. The Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven seemed to be very scared. How was this possible? Who else in the universe could make the Heavenly Palace's Lord of Heaven so scared? Flying Phoenix, your true body isn't here. This is just a soul incarnation. Do you think you can keep us here? If the four of us work together, it's hard to say who can keep who here. Yale shouted. The Heaven Sentinel sword shone and enveloped him, increasing his courage a bit. The eyes of the angels and blood tribe powerhouses flashed, revealing a hint of interest. Indeed, they had heard of Flying Phoenix's terrifying reputation. However, no matter how strong Flying Phoenix was, she was just a soul incarnation. How strong could she be? If they worked together, they might be able to take down Flying Phoenix. Taking down a soul incarnation of the taboo would be a great merit for them. Only the Spiritas expert was still a bit frightened. That palm just now had scared him out of his wits. Don't worry. A soul incarnation can't store too much energy. The reason why her palm was so powerful just now might be because she used up a lot of energy. There's nothing to be afraid of. Yale's words made the others even braver. Standing at their height, they were naturally very clear about the weakness of a soul incarnation. A soul incarnation was just a soul incarnation. It wasn't a physical body, so it couldn't store too much energy. It would be easily exhausted. If the four of them worked together, they would exhaust their opponent to death. Thinking of this, they became even bolder. Cold killing intent filled the air. Very good. You don't run when facing me, and you even want to deal with me. You have some guts. Just based on this, I can give you a quick death. Flying Phoenix spoke. Although she was petite, she was even more domineering than Ao Qian. As soon as she finished speaking, she attacked. Her palm pressed forward. This palm seemed to cut through the universe. It looked ordinary, but it was incomparably stunning. Attack. At the same time, Yale and the others attacked. Yale slashed out with the Heaven Sentinel sword. Dazzling swordlight collided with Flying Phoenix's palm. Clang. The sound of the collision spread throughout the universe. Sword chi scattered, and Yale rapidly retreated. At the same time, the angels and the blood race's experts attacked Flying Phoenix. But her figure flashed, and she dodged. In the next moment, she suddenly appeared in front of the Spiritas expert and pressed her palm down. This palm was different from the previous ones. The surface of her palm was covered in a layer of devilish light. Its power was even more terrifying. Not good. Save me. The Spiritas expert roared in panic. He didn't dare take it head-on. He retreated. But while he was fast, Flying Phoenix was faster. Her palm accurately struck the Spirita's expert. A miserable and despairing scream echoed through the starry sky. The Spirita's expert's body directly collapsed, turning into strands of energy. Then he completely disappeared. Chapter 3692. The Spiritkin expert's miserable scream echoed throughout the starry sky. Even the geniuses and experts of the various races who were far away could clearly hear it. Through the monitoring formation, they could also see some blurry images. Combining the two, they deduced a shocking piece of news. The Spirita's powerhouse was killed. Everyone looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The Spiritkin expert was actually killed. This was an expert on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. At least, their major realms were the same. An expert of this level was already a supreme existence to them. They were unrivaled. They were the pinnacle of the primitive universe, invincible existences. Now, such an existence had been killed. Then, what realm was the other party? This was beyond everyone's understanding. On the dragon race's mother planet, Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others were also dumbfounded. They were deeply shocked. So strong, truly so strong. This was the only thought in Lu Ming's and the others' minds. Killing an incomparably terrifying figure with two palms. The key point was, listening to the other party's conversation, that woman called Fei Huang was only a soul avatar, not her main body. This is a true invincible expert. Peerless beauty. Lu Ming sighed. With this kind of strength, she could really dominate the universe. Above the dragon race's mother planet, the angel race, the blood race, and the Lord of Heaven were deeply shocked. A chill rose in their hearts. I don't believe that a soul avatar can be invincible. Die. After all, the Lord of Heaven was not an ordinary person. His mind was resolute. With a roar, his power flowed through the heaven-surveying sword. He and the sword became one, and a resplendent light burst out, slashing toward Fei Huang. World Extermination Judgment, Angel King. The angel race's expert also roared. Holy light illuminated the 9 heavens. A mighty existence seemed to appear on his body. He wore a crown and held a scepter. Then, a terrifying cross-shaped holy light slashed toward Fei Huang. Blood God Art. The blood race's expert flapped his wings, and a sea of blood overflowed. It almost enveloped the entire dragon race's mother planet. Within the sea of blood, countless strange creatures roared, shaking one's soul as they rushed murderously towards Fei Huang. Facing the strongest attacks of the 3 powerhouses, Fei Huang's expression was extremely calm, even indifferent, and faintly disdainful. She stood in the air, her long dress fluttering in the wind. A wisp of demonic light appeared on her body, and her temperament was extremely special. Her hands pushed outwards, and immediately, several snow-white jade hands formed. They were incomparably huge, and they covered heaven and earth. Lu Ming raised his head and seemed to see a few jade-like hands between heaven and earth. Several jade-like hands pressed out. The sea of blood collapsed, and the bizarre creatures within it let out miserable shrieks. One by one, they exploded, transforming into dust that dissipated in the air. Following that, the blood-kindred powerhouse also let out a mournful cry, filled with despair. Touch her jade-like hands swept through the sea of blood as easily as crushing dry weeds. The blood tribe powerful being's body exploded like a balloon. His strand of true self-origin wrapped in a ball of blood-red light wanted to escape, but it was useless. With a press of her jade hand, everything turned to ashes. The strand of true self-origin of the blood-kindred powerhouse also completely disappeared, and he died. Another terrifying powerhouse was killed. This time, it only took one move. Shocking. Just now, Fei Huang had attacked with a total of several jade-like hands. Clearly, there was a difference in power. The jade-like hand that attacked the blood-kindred powerhouse was the strongest and contained the strongest offensive power. As for the other hand that attacked the angel powerhouse, the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace's jade-like hand, it was only used to block their attacks. At this moment, the angel powerhouse, the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace, was truly afraid. His heart was cold, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Let's go." The Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace shouted in fear and turned to leave. The angel powerhouse also did the same. It was too terrifying. Whether it was the spirit-kin powerhouse or the blood-kindred powerhouse, their strength wasn't any weaker than the angel powerhouse. They were just a bit weaker than the Lord of Heaven. But Fei Huang had killed one of them in one move. It was truly terrifying. If Fei Huang still had the strength to use one more move, they would be finished. The two of them erupted with their fastest speed to escape. Sky Devil Domain. Fei Huang's indifferent voice rang out. An invisible fluctuation spread out, enveloping the vast starry sky. The angel powerhouse and the Lord of Heaven of the Lord of Heaven's extremely fast speed suddenly slowed down. It was as if they were stuck in a quagmire. They were as slow as snails. Not good. The expressions of the Yale Lord of Heaven and the angel powerhouse wildly changed. In the next moment, Fei Huang's figure appeared in front of the angel powerhouse. "No!" The angel powerhouse roared in fear. His 12 wings emitted a dazzling light and transformed into 12 sharp blades that wildly slashed at Fei Huang. "Die!" Fei Huang spoke. Her voice was indifferent, as if she was passing judgment. Her body emitted a devilish light, and the light on her palm became even denser. She slapped out with her palm. Under this palm, everything was annihilated. The angel powerhouse's attack was instantly annihilated. The same was true for his body. He was even more miserable. He didn't even have the chance to scream before directly disappearing from the great desolate universe. It was as if he had never appeared. Even a trace of his mark had been erased. This ability, Lu Ming's eyes widened. He discovered that the energy Fei Huang had used was very similar to the energy Xianyinqing had used in the past. Both were able to envelop a space and restrict the enemy's movements. The difference was that Fei Huang's range was too wide. Even the vast starry sky was enveloped. The range was who knew how many times larger than Xianyinqing's. Damn it! Explode! The Yale Lord of Heaven almost pissed himself in fright. He did his best to activate the Heaven Sentinel Sword. The Heaven Sentinel Sword shook violently, releasing a terrifying sword intent that tore through the starry sky, increasing his speed. However, Fei Huang didn't stop after killing the angel powerhouse. Her figure flickered, and she once more appeared beside the Yale Lord of Heaven. She slammed her palm down. "Ah!" The Yale Lord of Heaven roared. Sensing the threat of death, he suddenly turned and slashed out with his sword. Clang! Fei Huang's palm collided with the Sky Sentinel sword, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. Terrifying energy surged out in all directions like water waves. Buzz! The Heaven Sentinel sword shook violently. As for the Yale Lord of Heaven, his body shook even more violently. Pfft! He coughed up blood. The bones in his sword-wielding hand were directly shattered. He retreated, blood constantly spurting out of his body. Many cracks appeared on the surface of his body. It was like porcelain was about to shatter. Interesting. You can take one of my moves without dying. Let's see how many of them you can take. Fei Huang's indifferent voice rang out. She once more sent out a palm. The Yale Lord of Heaven crazily roared. His body's energy began to blaze. All his power and potential were ignited. Chapter 3693. Yale Lord of Heaven began to go all out, burning everything. Including his potential, even his soul, body, origin, blood, and so on. Everything was ignited, causing his power to rise to the extreme. Clang! The two of them exchanged another blow. This time, the result was no different from the last time. Fei Huang remained motionless, while Yale Lord of Heaven retreated. His body kept emitting explosive sounds, his muscles and bones were constantly exploding. His body was tattered, and all his bones had been shattered. He had suffered an unimaginable injury. Even if Yale Lord of Heaven could escape now, it would be a huge loss. His potential would be exhausted, and there would be no possibility for him to improve in the future. His cultivation might even regress. But now, he couldn't care about this at all. He just wanted to escape. This time, he had miscalculated. He didn't expect that a wisp of Fei Huang's soul would be on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. If he had known, he would never have come. But it was too late now. Because Fei Huang's third attack had already been launched. The jade-like hand with demonic light was huge and boundless, pressing down on Yale Lord of Heaven. Yale Lord of Heaven could only barely erupt with power and activate the Sword of Heaven survey to resist. But this time, he could no longer block it. With a bang, his body exploded. Only a wisp of his true self was left. He rushed into the Sword of Heaven survey in a panic and activated the Sword of Heaven survey, wanting to escape. But the jade-like hand swept across the air. How could he escape? No, save me. Yale Lord of Heaven roared crazily, almost scared out of his wits. However, just as Yale Lord of Heaven's voice fell, the starry sky in the distance suddenly cracked open. From the spatial crack, a big hand stretched out. The big hand was crystal clear, completely composed of snow-white holy light, and grabbed at Fei Huang. Its speed seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. It arrived in an instant and bombarded the jade-like hand formed by Fei Huang. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. This time, cracks appeared on the jade-like hand formed by Fei Huang, and then it exploded. Fei Huang's face changed slightly, and she retreated. Old man. Fei Huang's expression was somewhat ugly. After that large hand repelled Fei Huang, it did not give chase. Instead, it grabbed the heaven surveying sword and quickly pulled it back. Don't even think about leaving. Fei Huang shouted coldly. She stepped into the starry sky, chasing after him. The devilish light on her body grew even brighter as she blasted out another palm strike. It was still a jade-like hand, but this time, the jade-like hand was much dimmer, and contained an astonishing demonic light. Boom! Holy light boiled in this cracked space. Then, another big hand reached out and collided with the jade hand formed by Fei Huang. Fei Huang's jade hand exploded again. Fei Huang, you're just a soul clone, you can't stop me. A voice rang out, causing the starry sky to tremble endlessly. In the distant starry sky, many planets were shaking. Just his voice alone was already terrifyingly powerful. At the same time, the huge hand that was carrying Yale, the Lord of Heaven's Sword of Heaven, rapidly retreated. Old man, you can't even take care of yourself, yet you dare to stop me? Be careful of being annihilated. Fei Huang said coldly. You don't need to worry about that. That voice rang out once more. In the next moment, it retreated back into the crack in space and disappeared. This, Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others stared blankly at the starry sky. Just now, it was clear that an even stronger existence from the heavenly palace had made a move. An existence even stronger than the Lord of Heaven had saved Yale, the Lord of Heaven, from an unknown distance away. Now, everyone was watching. If Yale, the Lord of Heaven, died here, it would be a huge loss to the heavenly palace's prestige. However, the other side seemed to have some misgivings. They only left Yale, the Lord of Heaven, and did not continue to attack. Just like that, a world-shaking battle came to an end. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others' hearts swayed as they watched. They were indescribably excited. Although they could be considered pretty good amongst the younger generation, compared to the Lord of Heaven and the others, they were still a far cry. There was no need to even mention Fei Huang or that mysterious person from the heavenly palace. They still had a long way to go. Fei Huang looked at the starry sky, her eyes flickering. She took a step back and returned to the dragon race's home planet. The 10,000 dragon seals didn't stop her at all. Fei Huang came to Ao Qian's side. Little fellows, come with us. Ao Qian waved his hand. Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others felt an energy envelop them. Following that, space rippled, and they were pulled by an invisible energy. Their surroundings rapidly changed, and in the next moment, they arrived in an unfamiliar environment. The surroundings were filled with unimaginably dense mist. Junior greets Senior Ao Qian, Senior Fei Huang. Lu Ming, Ao Yan, and the others came to Fei Huang, Ao Qian, and the others sighed and cupped their fists. No need to be so polite. You're all pretty good. Ao Yan examined Ao Yan and the others and nodded in satisfaction. Right now, the dragon race doesn't have much left. You are the hope of the dragon race's revival. Work hard. Ao Qian looked at Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, and the others immediately became excited. In front of this legendary figure of the dragon race, even if their talent was extraordinary, they were still very excited. Ao Qian was only a 5-clawed divine dragon, and his bloodline was the lowest in the divine dragon race. However, he had grown to become the strongest expert of the divine dragon race with the lowest bloodline. He had trampled many 9-clawed dragons beneath his feet. He could be called a legend. Even if their talent was very high, it would be very difficult for them to reach Ao Qian's level in the future. We will definitely work hard to revive the dragon race. Ao Yan, Ao Guan, Ao Cheng, and the others nodded, their faces filled with determination. Good. You can cultivate here during this time. The environment here is quite suitable for you. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, you can come find me. Ao Qian said. Ao Yan and the others were excited. They cupped their fists and bid farewell. Lu Ming, you stay behind. Fei Huang, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Ao Yan and the others glanced at Lu Ming and then left to find a suitable place to cultivate. After Ao Yan and the others left, only Lu Ming remained to face Ao Qian and Fei Huang. Fei Huang stared at Lu Ming from head to toe. She looked at Lu Ming from head to toe. Even Lu Ming felt embarrassed. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help blushing. As expected of the man Xiao Qing has taken a fancy to. You're actually able to merge with the taboo energy. Not bad, not bad. Fei Huang carefully examined him and then nodded in praise. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction. That expression was extremely similar to the expression a mother-in-law would have when looking at her son-in-law. Lu Ming ignored that gaze. His heart jumped and he blurted out, Senior, you know Nianqing? Xian Nianqing's methods were extremely similar to Fei Huang's. So when Fei Huang mentioned Xiao Qing, and the man Xiao Qing had taken a fancy to, Lu Ming immediately thought of Xian Nianqing. Chapter 3694. Fei Huang nodded. I'm her master. Of course I know her. In this life, she's called Xian Nianqing. In her previous life, she was called Tang Qing. Yes, I'm her master in her previous life. Little Qing's master? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. No wonder she looked at him like that. So she was Xian Nianqing's master. So it's Little Qing's master, Lu Ming. Greetings, Senior. Lu Ming bowed even more respectfully and then asked, Senior, Xiao Qing left behind a map back then. Her target is the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. I wonder where Xiao Qing is now. Little Qing is not on the dragon race's mother planet. Fei Huang said. No. Lu Ming was disappointed. At the same time, he was puzzled. If Xian Nianqing was not on the dragon race's mother planet, why did she leave a map and ask him to come? Could it be that Xian Nianqing had left before he came? Seeming to see Lu Ming's puzzlement, Fei Huang said, Little Qing has never been to the dragon race's mother planet. She's cultivating in another place more suitable for her. It was my idea to ask you to come here. Senior, what do you mean? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Yes, what I meant was that I had already communicated with Little Qing at that time. I wanted to ask you to come here and try to fuse with the forbidden power. Little Qing also agreed. After all, this is a great opportunity. Moreover, she's very confident in you. Fei Huang said. I see. Lu Ming nodded, suppressing his disappointment. Then how did Senior know in advance that I would succeed? I don't know. Fei Huang shook her head. It's a long story. In fact, when you were with little Qing in the minor worlds, I already noticed you. At the same time, I calculated your fate. Your fate is different. I can't calculate it at all. Ordinary people can vaguely see the river of fate and the direction of the future. But I can't see it for you. Calculating the fate of others can see their future. Lu Ming's eyes widened. This method was too inconceivable. In the small dimension, the heavenly Tao of the small dimension gave birth to the law of destiny. However, that was only a special method of attack. It was impossible to pry into someone's fate. Lu Ming could not help but be shocked that Fei Huang could do it in the great wide world. I'm just barely peeking at it. Every living being's future is filled with countless changes. Every step they take, every word they say, will result in a different fate. But you can't see the future at all. People like you are extremely rare. Many times, they can create miracles. That's why I guided you to the mother planet of the dragon race. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming nodded. He finally understood the doubts in his heart. It turned out that Enchanting was not here. He was cultivating in another place. But she knew that there was a taboo power in the dragon clan's mother planet. Fei Huang wanted Lu Ming to give it a try, and Enchanting naturally agreed. That was why he left the map to Lu Ming. The reason why Lu Ming's cultivation had to be above the Divine King realm was that if his cultivation was too low, it would be useless even if he came. He might not even be able to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet, and it would be very dangerous for him to face the prodigies of the various races. Senior, can you take me to see Xiao Qing? Lu Ming asked. Not for the time being. Fei Huang said, now, Xiao Qing is cultivating in an extremely secret place. She's at a critical moment and can't be disturbed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. What a pity. He originally thought that he would be able to see Enchanting on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't see him. After thinking of Enchanting, Lu Ming thought of the mid-autumn moon. The mid-autumn moon might have come to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Previously, he heard that Ao Qian had merged with the will of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The other party was so powerful, as long as the mid-autumn moon was on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he should know about it. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately cupped his fists to Ao Qian and said, Senior, Lu Ming wants to ask you about a person. Please speak. Ao Qian smiled. Lu Ming had merged with the forbidden power and his talent was unbelievable. He was destined to be extraordinary. If he grew up in the future, it would be normal for him to be on par with him or even surpass him. Therefore, he was very polite to Lu Ming. He treated him as someone of the same level. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a jade talisman and injected divine power into it. The portrait of the mid-autumn moon appeared in the air. Ao Qian looked at it and nodded softly, as if he was thinking. Lu Ming watched nervously. I've seen this girl before. After a while, Ao Qian nodded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Senior, may I know where she is? Lu Ming quickly asked. Not on the dragon race's mother planet. Ao Qian shook his head again. Not on the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming was puzzled. If she wasn't on the dragon race's mother planet, how could Ao Qian have seen her? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to see this girl. Then, Ao Qian sighed again. Lu Ming's heart tightened. What did he mean by it'll be difficult to see her? Lu Ming became a little anxious and asked, Senior, what do you mean by that? Ao Qian didn't answer Lu Ming's question directly and continued, I'm a remnant soul that has merged with the will of the mother planet. I'm equivalent to the mother planet and I can feel any place on the mother planet. Especially some of the original branches of the dragon race, I can also clearly feel the transmission channels that lead to the mother planet. Some time ago, the girl you mentioned took a transmission array from a branch of the dragon race and was supposed to go straight to the mother planet, but she was intercepted halfway. Ao Qian said. Intercepted. Lu Ming was shocked. What did he mean by intercepted? Moreover, the person who intercepted the girl should be a big shot from the illusory heavenly palace. Ao Qian said. What big shot from the illusory heavenly palace? Why would the illusory heavenly palace intercept the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming was even more shocked. In the chaotic universe, there was more than one heavenly palace, and the illusory heavenly palace was one of them. But why would the big shot from the illusory heavenly palace intercept the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming, don't worry, big shots like the heavenly palace usually won't take action against the younger generation. The reason why the other party intercepted the girl is probably because they took a fancy to her talent and wanted to take her into the heavenly palace to train her. The heavenly palace will secretly take in some talented geniuses and train them. This is normal. Ao Qian said. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Ming was slightly relieved, but he was still very nervous. At the same time, Lu Ming was quite depressed. This time, he came to the dragon race's mother planet to look for Enchanting and the mid-autumn moon, but in the end, he didn't find anyone. Lu Ming took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. At least, he knew that Enchanting was very safe and was cultivating in a place. And the mid-autumn moon was very likely to be taken a fancy to by the heavenly palace and secretly trained. Her life was not in danger, and that was enough. As long as she was still alive, he would see her sooner or later. Chapter 3695. After calming down, Lu Ming thought of the taboo power again. Senior, you said that the taboo power is so powerful, but how do I cultivate it? Now that I've fused with the taboo power, the other divine powers are suppressed. It's hard for them to improve. Lu Ming asked, somewhat depressed. He couldn't improve the other divine powers, and he didn't know how to cultivate the taboo power. Fei Huang and Ao Qian looked at each other and smiled. Since you fused with the taboo power, it's normal that you can't cultivate the other divine powers. The taboo power is the strongest power derived from the great desolate universe. The other divine powers will definitely be suppressed when fusing with the taboo power. Fei Huang said. Then how should I cultivate in the future? Lu Ming asked speechlessly. Don't worry, I guided you here to fuse with the taboo power, so I naturally have a way for you to cultivate. Fei Huang said. Back then, she also fused with the taboo power. Ao Qian smiled, very envious. She also fused with the taboo power. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Fei Huang had also fused with the taboo power, and her cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Since Fei Huang could definitely cultivate, then he could also cultivate. Lu Ming looked at Fei Huang with shining eyes. Now, if you want to cultivate, there are only two ways. Sure enough, Fei Huang began to explain. The first way is to abandon the other divine powers and focus on cultivating the taboo power, crippling the other divine powers. Fei Huang said. Crippling the other divine powers. Lu Ming's mouth was wide open. This wasn't necessarily a bad idea, but he wasn't willing to accept it. He had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years to reach his current cultivation level. Moreover, he controlled 11 divine powers and 11 origin secret techniques. He had already cultivated them to such a high level. Abandoning them like this was more painful than cutting his own flesh. Senior, what's the second way? Lu Ming asked anxiously. I know that you're unwilling. The second way is that you don't need to abandon the other divine powers. I'll teach you a secret technique that will allow you to separate the taboo power from the other divine powers. This secret technique is called the Three Corpses Technique. It can completely sever the past, present, and future, forming 3 different bodies. Fei Huang introduced. Then, Lu Ming was stunned. He was stunned by this secret technique. Cutting apart the past, present, and future to form a different entity. How mysterious was this? There was actually such a secret technique in the world. You cultivate the 3 corpse severing art. You sever the past and form a complete body. Then you leave all kinds of bodies in that body. His current body can focus on cultivating forbidden power. That way, you won't lose anything. After Fei Huang finished talking, she took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Study the art of severing 3 corpses first. After you successfully sever it, I will teach you the cultivation method of the taboo power. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Fei Huang said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming received it and was overjoyed. He bid farewell to Flying Phoenix Ao Qian and found a place to cultivate. This place seemed to be a huge underground space. The area was very large. Lu Ming found a cave by the side and walked in. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out the art of severing 3 corpses. The more he looked, the more shocked Lu Ming was. It was too mysterious. The art of severing 3 corpses could sever the past, present, and future, forming 3 different entities. Furthermore, these 3 entities were all independent, complete, and had their own thoughts. It was as if one Lu Ming had suddenly become 3. There was no difference between the real and the fake. They were all the real Lu Ming. It was just that one was the past, one was the present, and one was the future. As the future developed and experienced different things, they would slowly become different. Each of them cultivated independently and thought independently. Their future potential was limitless. This was simply heaven-defying. There was a huge difference between this and the cloning technique and the incarnation technique. When Lu Ming was in the small Kiliacosm, the primordial realm, he had once cultivated the twin forbidden art and cultivated 2 bodies. However, although the main body and the second body could cultivate independently, their potential was very limited. When Lu Ming wanted to break through to martial sage, he would have to fuse with his main body and second body to break through. If he didn't fuse with them, it would be hard for him to break through. That meant the potential of that method had already been exhausted. However, the art of severing 3 corpses was completely different. After cultivating it, each of them would be Lu Ming himself. Their potential wouldn't change at all. They would be the same as Lu Ming's previous self. They would all have limitless potential and would be able to reach extremely high realms in the future. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Once I succeed in cultivating it, the past body I sever will focus on cultivating various kinds of divine energy. As for my current body, it will focus on cultivating forbidden energy. This way, there won't be any conflict between the 2. Wonderful. Lu Ming was very excited. He then began to seriously comprehend it. However, the difficulty of comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses surpassed Lu Ming's expectations. Even after 2 months, Lu Ming still hadn't grasped the slightest clue. Lu Ming could only go ask Fei Huang for guidance. With Fei Huang's guidance, he was barely able to grasp the slightest clue. However, if he wanted to succeed, there was still a huge gap. During this time, the dragon race's home planet finally entered a period of peace. The various races' heavenly geniuses no longer dared to enter the dragon race's home planet. The dragon men on the dragon race's home planet no longer had to worry about anything. They could cultivate as much as they wanted. Some of the dragon race's heavenly geniuses who had been sealed for dozens of stellar years could also cultivate in peace. The dragon race's home planet had entered a period of great development. Lu Ming continued to comprehend the art of severing 3 corpses. Time passed day by day. Half a year. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had spent 6 years comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses. Along the way, with Fei Huang's guidance, he finally succeeded in comprehending the art of severing 3 corpses. On this day, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to use the art of severing 3 corpses. He was about to sever his past body. Fei Huang and Ao Qian were guarding Lu Ming by the side. It was very dangerous to use the art of severing 3 corpses. Once there was a problem, not only would he fail to cultivate it, but he would also sever himself and die on the spot. Lu Ming carefully responded to the content, and then began to use the art of severing 3 corpses. 9 days later. Open! Lu Ming shouted. Endless divine light appeared on his body. These divine lights were like sharp blades, constantly slashing his body. These divine lights slashed his body, but there was not the slightest wound on his body. However, slowly, his body glowed, as if a figure was about to split from his body. This method was not to split his body and soul into two halves. That was not the case. In fact, his body and soul were still complete and had not been separated. What was severed was his past body. What was already in the past was called the past body. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The figure on Lu Ming's body became clearer and clearer. Chapter 3696. Another figure appeared on Lu Ming's body. This figure looked exactly the same as Lu Ming. It was as if there were two Lu Ming overlapping each other. At first, the two Lu Mings overlapped very closely. But slowly, the two Lu Mings separated. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Finally, the two Lu Mings were completely separated. The two identical Lu Mings suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. I succeeded. The two Lu Mings had the same thought. Then, they smiled at the same time. The two Lu Mings didn't have a hierarchy. They were both Lu Ming. It was just that one was the past, and the other was the present. But now that they had just split, they had experienced the same things. Therefore, their thoughts, way of thinking, and subjective consciousness were all the same. Of course, as the two of them experienced different things in the future, some of their thoughts would also change. The two Lu Mings looked at their other selves in amazement. Then, the two of them cupped their fists at each other. Not bad, Lu Ming, you succeeded. Fei Huang said with a look of joy on her face. Lu Ming was able to successfully sever his past body in 10 years. This kind of talent was already very good. At the very least, he wasn't any weaker than her. Lu Ming, you've just succeeded. Your present body can now change its appearance and aura so that others won't be able to recognize you. Fei Huang said. You can do that? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course you can. Your present body has been fused with the taboo power. It has just been severed, so it can be shaped at will. If too much time passes, once it's shaped, it will be very difficult to change. Now that you've changed your aura, even your life essence has changed. Even if the people closest to you stand in front of you, they won't be able to recognize you. Even experts on the level of the Lord of Heaven won't be able to recognize you. Moreover, your fate will be fixed on your past body. Even experts skilled in divination won't be able to divine your fate. Your present body will become a completely different person. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. It was simply miraculous that he could do this. Even the origin of life could be changed. Even the birth horoscopes could be changed. Even the almighty experts couldn't divine them. This was equivalent to becoming a completely different person. In that case, wouldn't Lu Ming's current body be able to leave the mother planet of the dragons and travel the vast universe? He could even enter the heavenly palace and search for the mid-autumn moon. Originally, Lu Ming was still worried that he might not be able to leave the dragon race's mother planet. This was because the heavenly palace wouldn't let him go. The angels, spiritlings, and bloodlings wouldn't let him go either. The moment he left the dragon race's mother planet, he would be captured. But if I change to a new identity, how will others find out? Moreover, as long as he left his past self on the dragon clan's mother planet, others would only think that he had been cultivating there. After all, his past self controlled all kinds of divine powers. It was most suitable for him to cultivate on the dragon clan's mother planet. Then, Lu Ming followed Fei Huang's method. With a thought, his body began to change. His appearance, skin, and height all underwent major changes. He became a tall and handsome young man. Compared to before, he was much fairer. He looked like a handsome young master. Moreover, his life origin aura also changed. It became a new and completely unfamiliar life origin aura. Now, even if he was placed in front of the Yale Lord of Heaven, the other party wouldn't be able to recognize him as Lu Ming. Well, not bad. Fei Huang nodded, very satisfied. Then, a jade talisman appeared in her hand. Lu Ming, this is my experience in cultivating the taboo power. Study it well. Only by cultivating the taboo power can you reach the end, break through the shackles, achieve true transcendence, and reach an incredible realm. Fei Huang said. Only by cultivating the taboo power can one truly transcend. Can't I achieve it by cultivating other divine powers? Lu Ming's present self took the jade talisman and asked curiously. Lu Ming's past self also pricked up his ears to listen. After all, he mainly cultivated divine powers and mastered the universe myriad Tao art. Now, he controlled 11 types of divine powers. Not necessarily. This time, Fei Huang's gaze was on Lu Ming's past self. Senior, please enlighten me. His past self cupped his fists. Although Lu Ming's present self had fused with the taboo power and his talent had increased greatly, he didn't want to give up on his past self. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate the 11 types of divine powers. The essence of cultivating divine power is to constantly comprehend a certain divine power and awaken the origin divine power. The more origin divine power you awaken, the closer your divine power will be to the corresponding power of the original divine spirit. In the end, you will truly reach the power of the original divine spirit. It's the same for Origin's secret techniques. Even if you severed the 9th shackle, you will only be about the same as the original divine spirit. So, even if you cultivate one type of divine power to the extreme, you will at most be as strong as the original divine spirit. However, there are differences in strength between the original divine spirits. Moreover, the original divine spirit hasn't transcended and hasn't reached the true peak. Fei Huang explained. Lu Ming understood that even if he cultivated one type of divine power to the extreme, he would at most reach the level of the original divine spirit. After that, there was no way to go further. His potential had reached the limit. Of course, for most people, reaching the level of the original divine spirit was like a fantasy story. It was too difficult. Not many people could cultivate one type of divine power to the peak. Most people couldn't reach it even if they spent their entire lives. So, they naturally wouldn't consider the problem of potential. However, some peerless talents were different. These people naturally wouldn't be satisfied. One had to know that the original divine spirit wasn't invincible. Even if it was killed by the heavenly palace, how strong could it be? Lu Ming's past body also wasn't satisfied. If one couldn't reach the true peak by cultivating divine power, they wouldn't even be able to resist the heavenly palace. Senior, if I cultivate divine power, there should be a way to transcend, right? Fei Huang asked. There is indeed a way, and that is to control more divine power. If you cultivate multiple types of divine power to the peak, then you might be able to take the final step. So, in ancient times, many outstanding geniuses created many cultivation methods that could cultivate multiple types of divine power. That's how the current ancient cultivation methods came about. However, cultivating multiple types of divine power is too difficult. Most people can't do it, so it gradually disappeared. Only the most outstanding geniuses would touch it. As for the Cosmos Myriad Tao art, it's a very famous cultivation technique in history. If you can cultivate it to the level of major mastery, you might be able to successfully transcend and take the final step. Of course, 11 kinds of divine energy isn't enough. Fei Huang explained. Chapter 3697. Through Fei Huang's explanation, Lu Ming understood many things. He also understood the origin of ancient cultivation methods. Ancient cultivation methods were originally created by the ancient people who wanted to achieve transcendence. However, the requirements for cultivation were too high, and it gradually declined. Today, only a few people cultivated them. According to Fei Huang, the universe myriad Tao art was also a kind of ancient cultivation method. Moreover, it was a top ancient cultivation method. When cultivated to the peak, one could also transcend. Now, your current body is cultivating the taboo energy, while your past body can cultivate the universe myriad Tao art. It's best that you don't interfere with each other. Alright, you can comprehend the taboo energy now. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming, if you have any questions about your cultivation, you can also come and ask me. Ao Qian said to Lu Ming's past body. After saying that, Ao Qian and Fei Huang left. The two Lu Ming glanced at each other. Now, Lu Ming's 11 types of divine power were in his past body. The primordial god blood was also in his past body. Now, he only had the taboo energy. Old Jean, go over. The past body transmitted a message to the battle art. Then, the past body's forehead lit up. The measure art appeared and flew to the present body. It rushed into the forehead of Lu Ming's present body and disappeared. Two origin ancient characters, the battle character formula, followed the present body. After all, if the present body planned to go out in the future, it would be best to have the battle art by his side. As for the measure art, it would temporarily follow the past body. After all, the past body needed the measure art to cultivate various types of divine power. After the distribution was done, the past body flashed and left to find a place to comprehend various types of divine power. Lu Ming's present body sat cross-legged. He took out the jade talisman Fei Huang gave him and began to read it. 1 month later. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lu Ming sighed. Cultivating the taboo energy was completely different from cultivating divine power. There was no need to condense a star core in the dantian, and the taboo energy was not scattered in the meridians. There was no need to absorb divine power or energy to transform it. The cultivation of taboo energy was mainly to develop one's own potential. The taboo energy dispersed into countless strands and dispersed into every cell in Lu Ming's body. How many cells are there in the human body? 40 to 60 trillion. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a maximum of 60 trillion cells. 60 trillion. What kind of number was this? It was simply an astronomical number, like the sand of the Ganges. Each of his cells contained traces of taboo power. When cultivating the taboo power, one also needed to absorb energy. It was different from the cultivation of divine power. The energy would be absorbed by every cell. Just like before, when Lu Ming absorbed the divine medicine, the energy of the divine medicine was absorbed by his cells. However, absorbing this energy could not directly increase Lu Ming's cultivation. It could only increase his potential. The more energy it absorbed, the greater its potential would be. If he wanted to improve his cultivation, he had to constantly develop his own potential. Only in the process of developing his potential could he improve his cultivation. In addition, Lu Ming found that his current body did not have a soul. This was because his soul, like the taboo energy, had been dispersed into countless strands, fused with the taboo energy, and dispersed into every cell. According to the records on the jade talisman, because every cell contained a soul, even if Lu Ming's body was smashed to pieces, as long as one of his cells was still alive, he would not die and could come back to life. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. This was simply equivalent to an immortal body. After cultivating to the divine realm, the recovery ability of the physical body was already very amazing. Even if it was smashed to pieces, it could still recover as long as the soul was not destroyed. However, as long as the soul was destroyed, it would be dead. But now, Lu Ming's soul was distributed in every cell. Without the weakness of the soul, as long as one of his cells was still alive, he could come back to life. It was too heaven-defying. However, there was something even more heaven-defying. The taboo energy did not have the so-called secret arts of the origin. However, the jade talisman given by Fei Huang recorded a heaven-defying method. That was to cultivate ordinary secret arts. Every secret art, as long as one cultivated it, would be able to form a secret art rune that would fly into a cell. The soul in that cell would be able to comprehend it on its own. As time passed, that secret art's comprehension would become deeper and deeper. Every cell could fuse with a different secret art. In other words, he could fuse with 60 trillion secret arts. 60 trillion secret arts. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Even if he collected all the secret arts in the entire primitive universe, there wouldn't be so many of them. If his body had fused with thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of secret arts, once they erupted, how terrifying would that be? No secret arts of the origin could compare to it. No wonder it was called taboo energy. This was truly a taboo, a heaven-defying existence. Once Lu Ming had some accomplishments, his combat strength would far surpass his previous strength. This was the true terror of taboo energy. Start cultivating. Lu Ming took a deep breath and began cultivating according to a technique recorded on the jade talisman. Hu 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 hu. Lu Ming waved his fists, and the sky rumbled as they danced in a strange trajectory. Crack. Rustle. Rustle. Lu Ming felt that the bones, muscles, blood, and even every cell in his body were vibrating in a strange way. Then, a strange power seeped out from every cell. This power spread throughout his body, filling Lu Ming with strength. Lu Ming entered a state of selflessness and constantly cultivated. In the process of cultivating, the potential in his body was slowly being developed. This cultivation lasted for 7 days. 7 days later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Lu Ming let out a long breath and carefully sensed his body. He felt that the power in his body seemed to have strengthened a little compared to before. As long as I keep cultivating according to this method, I can continuously develop my potential and increase my cultivation. My current cultivation is equivalent to 3rd level Divine Lord. Lu Ming judged. The cultivation of taboo energy did not have a specific division of realms. Lu Ming only judged based on experience. Of course, the strength of his combat strength was far beyond 3rd level Divine Lord. But how do I cultivate a secret art? How do I turn it into a secret art rune? Lu Ming frowned, completely unable to make sense of it. In the end, Lu Ming could only go find Fei Huang and ask her for guidance. Taboo energy is very necessary to cultivate a secret art at the beginning. This is a kind of accumulation that should be able to increase one's combat strength. But in the later stages, one must carve out one's own path. Fei Huang said. Carve out one's own path. Lu Ming was puzzled and continued to ask. That's right. For every taboo to reach an extremely high realm, in the later stages, one needs to carve out one's own path. Just like me, the path I'm walking now is a devil. Fei Huang said. Chapter 3698. Lu Ming recalled how Fei Huang's body was covered in demonic light during the previous battle. Logically speaking, Fei Huang was also a taboo. There were countless secret techniques in her body, and she should be able to use many secret techniques. However, what she used was the demonic path. In other words, Fei Huang had already walked her own path. In the beginning, I fused different secret techniques in my cells. These secret techniques can serve as a reference for you in the future, allowing you to better walk your own path. In the beginning, I also fused countless secret techniques in my cells. However, after successfully walking my own path, I forgot all those secret techniques. Fei Huang said. Forgot? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Originally, he had a little bit of thought. He wanted Fei Huang to teach him the ordinary secret techniques she had mastered. That way, he would have countless secret techniques and could cultivate them to his heart's content. He didn't expect Fei Huang to actually forget all the secret techniques from the past. Yes, if you want to walk your own path, you have to forget all the secret techniques you cultivated in the past. However, your own path is the true strongest path. No matter how many secret techniques there are, they can't compare to it. Just like that father-in-law of yours. He also walked his own path. He walked the path of the sword. Fei Huang said. Father-in-law. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. He knew that Fei Huang was talking about Xian Yanqing's father in his previous life. Alright, let's not talk too much. I'll teach you the cultivation method of secret technique runes. Fei Huang said. Then, she passed the cultivation method of secret technique runes to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming received it, he immediately rushed back to study it. According to Fei Huang, every secret technique only needed to be cultivated to the beginner level. There was no need to cultivate it to a very profound level. The first technique that Lu Ming cultivated was the Divine Dragon Aspect Art. Lu Ming had already cultivated the Divine Dragon Aspect Art to the point of perfection. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't spend much effort to condense a rune for the divine dragon aspect art. With a thought, this rune flew into a cell in Lu Ming's right hand. In the future, the soul in that cell would naturally constantly study it. Heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. This kind of method had already exceeded Lu Ming's imagination. In the past, he also couldn't imagine that there was such a method. It was simply mysterious and unfathomable, inexplicable. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. A cell in his palm glowed, and a 9-clawed dragon rushed out of his fist. Marvelous. If I were to fuse several hundred secret techniques into my palm, wouldn't that mean several hundred secret techniques would be unleashed with a single punch? Although they would all be ordinary secret techniques, their power would still be extremely shocking. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he continued to experiment. After a few moves, Lu Ming's control became even better. When he threw a punch, the 9-clawed dragon didn't fly out. However, this punch also contained the power of the mystical dragon aspect art. Secret technique, concealment. Lu Ming is even happier. This way, he can keep a low profile. After all, if he were to use several hundred or even thousands of secret techniques in one move, it would be too ostentatious. It wouldn't be difficult for insightful people to guess that he has a taboo physique. However, although the secret technique was concealed, its power was equally powerful. This way, it would be more convenient to use it, and others wouldn't be able to see it. Let's try something else. Then, Lu Ming began to practice other secret techniques. Ice shackles. Lu Ming has been neglected for a long time. With Lu Ming's current strength, the ice shackles are no longer useful. However, Lu Ming can practice 60 trillion secret techniques. Who cares what kind of secret technique it is, I'll practice it first. Soon, the ice shackles also turned into a rune and flew into a cell in his left hand. In a while, Lu Ming cultivated several secret techniques that he used to practice, such as the heavenly demon golden body and the yin-yang god eye, into secret technique runes. The rune secret technique of the heavenly demon golden body was integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's spine. And the rune secret technique of the yin-yang god eye was integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's eye. These secret techniques were mastered by Lu Ming in the past, so his cultivation speed was the fastest. After practicing these, Lu Ming began to practice other ordinary secret techniques. Over the years, Lu Ming had killed countless opponents and collected a total of 103 types of ordinary secret skills. However, in the past, he put all his thoughts on the secret techniques of origin. He didn't practice these secret techniques at all. After all, the secret techniques of origin had great potential and were much more powerful than these ordinary secret techniques. They had been collected in a storage ring and were not touched. Now, he could take them out to practice. Lu Ming took out a secret technique called the Star Quake Fist and began to comprehend it. Practicing a secret technique was naturally not that easy, but as long as one was at the entry level, it was not difficult. Moreover, when one's cultivation was high, one's horizons were high, and it was relatively easier to practice. 3 days later, Lu Ming cultivated this secret technique to the entry level. It turned into a secret technique rune and integrated into a cell in Lu Ming's palm. Then, he took out a finger technique secret technique, cultivated it into a secret technique rune, and integrated it into the cell in his finger. Just like this, Lu Ming used more than a year's time to cultivate all 103 secret techniques into secret technique runes and integrated them into his cell. Let's go and test the power. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Boom! 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 Two figures were in an intense confrontation. Their figures flashed and energy filled the sky. These two figures were Lu Ming's past body and present body. The past body stimulated the power of the primordial divine blood and held the tyrant god's spear in his hand. The other 10 secret techniques of origin also appeared. Without the restriction of the taboo power, the cultivation of the past body finally skyrocketed. It had already reached the peak of the 4th level Divine Lord Realm and was not far from the 5th level Divine Lord Realm. Ding ling ling, the heavenly evil bell vibrated and the soul attack technique surged toward the present body. However, it was ineffective against the present body. After all, the cells in his body were all souls. The soul attack could only attack a part of it. Boom! Now, all the cells in his body were vibrating, and a powerful force burst out. With a punch, he broke through the attack of the heavenly evil bell, as well as the light of the sun and moon of the moon, and collided with the tyrant god's spear. With a violent explosion, the tyrant god's spear shook violently. The past body also shook violently and was forced to retreat. Amazing. The power of the taboo power is really amazing. The past body revealed a look of shock and then ecstasy. After all, both the present body and the past body were Lu Ming. Lu Ming would be happy no matter which one was stronger. It's my turn. The present body shouted and his body glowed. Then, hundreds of secret techniques rushed out and rushed toward the past body. Mysterious sky shield, sky-piercing sword. The past body shouted and the 11 secret techniques erupted with amazing power. The power after cutting off the lock was completely stimulated. The two Lu Mings were engaged in an intense battle. However, the taboo power was really amazing. Although the present body's cultivation was only at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, the past body was at a disadvantage. Chapter 3699. The two Lu Ming exchanged more than 100 moves, and in the end, the past body was defeated. After all, the past body had lost the battle formula, and its combat strength had weakened. After the battle ended, the two Lu Ming left respectively, carefully comprehending the gains from the battle. 1 year later. How should I leave? Lu Ming whispered. He planned to leave the Dragon Clan's mother planet and see if he could find the autumn moon. After all, the effect of cultivating the forbidden power on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was not as great as cultivating divine power. Although the cultivation of the forbidden power also required various kinds of energy, it only stored the energy in each cell to enhance one's potential. If one wanted to improve their cultivation, they still needed to constantly cultivate and develop their potential. Therefore, whether or not he was on the Dragon Clan's mother planet did not make much of a difference to his current body. There was also one more thing. Developing one's potential required pressure and a big battle. Only under pressure, in a big battle, in a life and death situation could his potential be quickly developed. On the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he lacked such conditions, so his progress was very slow. Now, his cultivation was still equivalent to the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, and his past body was about to break through to the 5th level Divine Lord realm. Moreover, his past body had cultivated several other types of divine power. Only by controlling more divine power could he go further on this path in the future, and it was possible for him to transcend. But Lu Ming was a little worried. How should he get out? Of course, he could fly out directly, but outside the Dragon Clan's mother planet, there were definitely powerhouses from the various races of the primitive universe guarding it. If he flew out rashly, he would probably be suspected. You are worried about getting out. Fei Huang walked over and heard Lu Ming's muttering. Senior, do you have a good plan? Lu Ming asked. Of course. The one who answered Lu Ming's question was not Fei Huang, but Ao Qian. Ao Qian quietly appeared beside Lu Ming. There are secret passages on the mother planet. Even the Heavenly Palace doesn't know about it. You can leave quietly through that secret passage, no one will find out. Ao Qian said. That's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, he asked, Senior, this junior would like to ask, how can I approach the Heavenly Palace now? Are you going to find your little lover? Ao Qian smiled. At the side, the corners of Fei Huang's mouth curled up slightly as she said in her heart, this fellow is the same as his father-in-law, he's also a sentimental person. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. Even with his old face, he couldn't help but blush slightly when he mentioned this in front of Xian Yanqing's master. There is only one way to approach the Heavenly Palace, and that is to become a heavenly soldier of the Heavenly Palace. Ao Qian said. Heavenly soldiers. Lu Ming was puzzled. He knew too little about the Heavenly Palace. He only knew that there were many heavenly palaces, but he didn't know exactly how many there were. He also didn't know what it was called. He only knew that it was a dreamy heavenly palace. There are a total of 5 heavenly palaces in the world. They are the Dreamy Heavenly Palace, Ziwei Heavenly Palace, Shenji Heavenly Palace, and Hongmeng Heavenly Palace. These 4 heavenly palaces guard the 4 directions of the primitive universe. Ao Qian said. Isn't there the last heavenly palace? Lu Ming asked curiously. Weren't there 5 heavenly palaces? Ao Qian only said 4. The 5th heavenly palace is very mysterious. Ao Qian shook his head as if he didn't want to say more. Fei Huang didn't say anything either. The ruler of the heavenly palace is the heavenly human race. This race is also very mysterious. They aren't listed on the primitive universe's 10,000 races list, but they are extremely powerful. However, the heavenly human race doesn't have many people, so they can't control the entire primitive universe. Sometimes, they will recruit some people, such as the top geniuses of various races, to become heavenly soldiers. Only by becoming a heavenly soldier can they get close to the heavenly palace. You have a forbidden body now. Even if you enter the heavenly palace, the people in the heavenly palace won't recognize you, unless you meet an unimaginable existence. However, the chances of that happening aren't high, so there's no need to worry. Ao Qian said. How can I become a heavenly soldier? Lu Ming asked again. The heavenly palace will recruit a group of people from the primitive universe every once in a while. The time and number are not fixed. You can only wait. Ao Qian said. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming thanked Ao Qian. Since that was the case, he could only leave the dragon race's mother planet and travel in the primitive universe. At the same time, he could ask around for information. If the heavenly palace recruited people, he would pretend to be a heavenly soldier and ask around about the mid-autumn moon. Senior, where is that passage? Can you send me out? Lu Ming asked. No hurry. Let me give you something first. Ao Qian smiled and then waved his hand. A set of array plates flew out. It was a set of 36 array plates. Many years ago, I asked a spacetime spirit mouse to secretly refine this set of array discs. Once activated, it can directly open a wormhole that leads directly to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Take it with you. Ao Qian said. This, Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect such a treasure to exist. Once activated, it could open a wormhole to return to the dragon race's mother planet. Such a function was really amazing. Senior, this treasure is too precious. Lu Ming said. He was a little embarrassed to accept it. Don't be embarrassed. I have a request for giving you this set of array plates. The divine dragon race was at its peak, and there were divine dragons all over the universe. But now, these scattered divine dragons are miserable. They have become mounts or battle beasts, and even worse, they have become food for other races. So I want to ask for your help. Once you find a divine dragon, you can send them back to the dragon race's mother planet. This way, the divine dragon race's power will be more concentrated, and they will have more power in the future. Ao Qian sighed. Senior, don't worry. As long as I meet the divine dragon race, I will do my best to send them back to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming said with a firm gaze. Okay, I believe you. Ao Qian nodded in satisfaction and said, but this set of array plates will take some time to activate. If you encounter danger or are in a battle, remember not to activate it. You can only rely on it to escape if you have enough time. Junior understands. Lu Ming nodded and kept the array plates. Let's go. Then, Ao Qian waved his hand and a force enveloped Lu Ming. The next moment, they arrived at another place on the dragon race's mother planet. Ao Qian stretched out his hand and pressed in the air. The void immediately fluctuated and a passage appeared. Let's go. Ao Qian said. Senior, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Cultivate well. I look forward to the day when you grow up and suppress the universe. Ao Qian smiled, full of anticipation. Lu Ming nodded solemnly, then took a step forward and rushed into the passage, disappearing. I hope you can grow up. In the long river of time, the path of the forbidden physique has been fraught with disasters. Many have fallen. Ao Qian said softly. Chapter 3700. Lu Ming seemed to have shuttled through the endless void. Not long after, he appeared in a starry sky. I'm out. Lu Ming looked around. What entered his eyes was a vast and boundless starry sky. Stars dotted the dark starry sky. Where am I? Lu Ming pondered for a while and then took out a star map. This kind of star map was obtained from Lu Ming after he killed the geniuses of various clans. It was very convenient to use. He injected his divine power into the star map. Suddenly, a vast star map appeared. There were pieces of bright starlight on it. Each starlight represented a starfield. Endless starfields dotted it. This star map was quite vast. It included an unknown number of starfields. On it, there was a red dot. This red dot represented the area where Lu Ming was. Expand. Lu Ming stared at the red dot. Immediately, the area around the red dot expanded rapidly. The starfields also became clear. The surrounding starfields also became blurry. Soon, Lu Ming figured out the area he was in. The Dragon Clan's mother planet is over there. It's only one starfield away from where I am now. It's not too far away. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He wanted to return to the periphery of the Dragon Clan's mother planet and see what the situation was like. Moreover, he also wanted to test if others could recognize him. Although Ao Qian and Fei Huang said that even the Lord of Heaven could not recognize him, he was still a little uncertain without trying it himself. Swoosh. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Every cell in his body trembled slightly. A surge of energy burst out from every cell. Swoosh. Lu Ming broke through the void and flew toward the Dragon Clan's mother planet at an astonishing speed. This speed was far above the speed of light. It even surpassed the speed of a divine lord using a teleportation array. Lu Ming broke through the void and moved forward quickly. Not long after, he crossed a starfield and arrived near the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There are still many experts. As soon as Lu Ming arrived near the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he felt many powerful auras in the surrounding starry sky. These auras were very restrained and hidden. However, Lu Ming still caught them. At the same time, several powerful auras swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming maintained his composure and did not say anything. Those auras swept past Lu Ming. They did not find anything strange and then disappeared. They did not find anything. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Compared to before, Yang Qi was like a completely different person. His life force essence had changed, so naturally, his enemies wouldn't be able to detect it. Lu Ming approached the Dragon Clan's mother planet. In the distance, a huge planet was floating in the air. The entire planet was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. There were still quite a few figures lingering on the meteorites in the surrounding area. They were all geniuses from different clans. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. He found that some young winged men had gathered on a nearby meteorite. These young winged men seemed to be discussing something. Heavenly hearing. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he activated a secret skill. Heavenly hearing was one of the more than 100 secret techniques that Lu Ming had cultivated. After successfully cultivating it, his hearing would be greatly improved. Lu Ming cultivated it into a secret technique rune and integrated it into his ears. His ears trembled slightly, and then, he heard voices. That Lu Ming is too hateful. He deserves to die. That's right. It's the same for the remaining members of the Dragon Clan. Lu Ming is colluding with the Dragon Clan. It's really hateful. So many of our winged men's prodigies died there. Are we not going to take revenge? But Lu Ming and the remaining members of the Dragon Clan are hiding in the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not only is there a terrifying array like the 10,000 dragon seals on the dragon clan's mother planet, but there are also terrifying experts left behind. We can't enter at all, let alone take revenge. The winged men gritted their teeth as they discussed. They couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Hee hee, if you want revenge, you don't have to enter the dragon clan's mother planet. At this time, a winged men youth sneered. You have a way. The other winged men looked at him. There are many other divine dragons in the universe. We just have to find them, kill them, and send them to the illusory heavenly jade. When Lu Ming and the remaining members of the dragon clan see it, won't they vomit blood? The winged men youth said. The other winged men youth's eyes lit up. Their winged men's almighty had done this before. By doing this, not only would they be able to anger Lu Ming and the remaining members of the dragon clan, but they would also be able to please the winged men's almighty. It was killing two birds with one stone. It's a pity that the old ancestor has already killed a batch of them. It will be difficult to find more divine dragons now. A winged men youth sighed. Don't worry. I happen to have clues about divine dragons, and there are many of them. The young man from the winged men clan laughed arrogantly. What clues? The others quickly asked. I know of a medium-sized world where many divine dragons live. However, that medium-sized world is too weak. It can only accommodate quasi-emperors at most. If a divine emperor enters, that world will be destroyed. That medium-sized world is like a miniature divine dragon world. If we go in and capture a large number of divine dragons, won't Lu Ming and the remaining members of the dragon clan rush out and fight us to the death? Ha ha ha. The youth laughed loudly. There's actually such a world? Good. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. The other winged men all said. There's no rush. That medium-sized world might have quasi-emperor divine dragons. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to go in. We have to report this matter and ask the clan to send more experts. The youth from before said. That's the only way. What a pity. Some of the youths sighed. If they could succeed, the merit would be great. If they reported it, the merit would be much less. What they didn't know was that their conversation had been heard by Lu Ming. They're really courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. There's actually a medium-sized world with a large number of divine dragons living there. If these divine dragons are sent back to the dragon clan's mother planet, the number of divine dragons will skyrocket. With Senior Ao Qian's nurturing, there might even be a batch of experts. Lu Ming pondered and decided that he had to make this trip. Lu Ming had an idea. He then flew toward the meteorite where the young man from the Wing clan was. Seeing Lu Ming fly over, the winged men youth immediately stopped talking. Brothers of the winged men, you're right. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Who are you? The winged men youth looked coldly at Lu Ming. Chapter 3701. The winged man race youth coldly looked at Lu Ming. I am Mu Yun. Lu Ming cupped his fists and continued. Many of my clansmen were killed by Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race when they entered the dragon race's mother planet. I've been thinking about taking revenge for them all this time. I can't wait to turn that bastard Lu Ming into ashes. At this point, Lu Ming's face was filled with murderous intent and he gritted his teeth. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the winged man race youth's expression became much better. This was what it meant to have a common enemy. Then why did you come looking for us? Asked one of the winged man race youth. Because I know that many of your winged man race people have also died at the hands of Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race. You all want to take revenge on them, right? I have an idea. We can find a lot of dragon race people from the outside world and use the illusory divine jade to record it and send it to the illusory space. Do you think that Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race will be angered to death when they see it? Although we can't personally kill Lu Ming and the remnants of the dragon race, we can still vent the hatred in our hearts, right? Said Lu Ming. The winged man race's geniuses exchanged glances. Lu Ming's idea happened to coincide with theirs. If we want to kill the dragon race, we can do it ourselves. Why should we cooperate with you? You're just a third-level divine lord. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with us? Said a winged man race youth with a pair of black wings. His face was filled with disdain. The aura Lu Ming revealed was that of a third-level divine lord. Although my cultivation base is only at the third-level divine lord realm, my battle strength is far above that. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid that no one here is my match. Lu Ming said indifferently. Sometimes, when it was time to be strong, one needed to be strong and let the other party know how powerful he was. None of us here are a match for you. The winged man race youth present looked at each other and then laughed. Their laughter was filled with ridicule. Lu Ming actually said that no one here was his match? What a joke. What a joke. The Sky Prides of the Winged Men clan present were all top-notch Sky Prides of the clan. A few of them were 7th-level divine lords already. There was even an 8th-level divine lord. The rest were all 4th level, 5th level, and 6th level divine lords. They did not snatch the opportunity to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet previously, but it did not mean that they were weak. A 3rd-level divine lord actually said that no one present was his match. He could battle an 8th-level divine lord as a 3rd-level divine lord. Moreover, he was a proud son of heaven. Idiot, this was the evaluation of Lu Ming by many winged men. A frog at the bottom of a well, truly laughable. The black-winged youth directly sneered, "Brat, scram. We don't have time for you. If you're scared, then just say it." Lu Ming said indifferently, looking extremely arrogant. "What did you say?" "I'm scared." Haha. The black-winged youth laughed maniacally. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. "Brat, I want to see just how strong you are." The eyes of the black-winged youth turned cold and murderous. Since Lu Ming wanted to provoke him, he would give Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. Swoosh. The black-winged youth directly attacked. His palm was like an eagle's claw, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Force howled, the power astonishing. In an instant, he closed in on Lu Ming. Only at this time did Lu Ming make his move. His move was very simple, pointing a finger out, pointing toward the other party's palm. Courting death. Seeing that a 3rd-level divine lord trash like Lu Ming actually dared to clash head-on with him, he simply had no idea of life or death. He had a 7th-level divine lord cultivation. He was seriously much stronger than 3rd-level divine lords. A casual move could slap a large number of 3rd-level divine lords to death. Forget about 3rd-level divine lords, even 6th-level divine lords, he would similarly insta-kill them too. A mere 3rd-level divine lord, he seriously did not place him in his sights. Bang! The next instant, the two people's attacks collided together. The instant they collided, the black-winged youth's expression changed, becoming incredulous. Fresh blood splattered, bones and flesh flying. His palm was directly pierced through by Lu Ming, a bloody hole appearing. Swoosh! The black-winged youth's figure retreated explosively. "So this is your strength." Lu Ming opened his mouth coolly, playing it down but full of mockery. Each of his cells was filled with taboo power. A casual strike, the power was unimaginable. In addition, several kinds of finger-type mystic arts were integrated into the cells of his fingers. That strike just now, the finger-type mystic arts already erupted, the power was very terrifying. This, the surrounding winged race youths all opened their eyes wide, very surprised. A 3rd-level divine lord actually injured a 7th-level divine lord in one move. This was abnormal, too shocking and terrifying. Simply inconceivable. Damn it, kid, I didn't use much strength at all just now, not even 1/10 of it. Again. The black-winged youth roared angrily. He had indeed only used a trace of strength just now. In his view, a mere 3rd-level divine lord was still someone he could suppress with a flip of his hand. How much strength did he need? Now, he knew that he was careless. Bang! The black-winged youth erupted with thick black light all over his body. His cultivation of a 7th-level divine lord completely erupted. A resplendent battle sword was grasped in his hand. Kill! The sword light was shocking as it slashed toward Lu Ming, illuminating the starry sky. Even in the face of the black-winged youth who had erupted with all his strength, Lu Ming's expression was still calm. He formed a sword with his finger and slashed out. A terrifying sword light burst out from Lu Ming's finger. Boom! The two sword lights collided, and sword chi spread out in all directions. The meteorites under their feet directly exploded and then were cut into ashes by the sword chi. The other winged race prodigies quickly retreated, leaving this area. The next moment, a figure retreated repeatedly. It was still the black-winged youth. That's all you've got? Too weak. Suppress. Lu Ming bellowed and dashed toward the other party. He waved his fists continuously, causing the void to vibrate. The terrifying fist pressure was like a violent storm, pressing toward the black-winged youth. How is this possible? Damn it! The black-winged youth was shocked to the extreme, and at the same time, he was furious. He erupted with all his strength to resist Lu Ming. But it was destined to be futile. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged several moves, and the black-winged youth was completely suppressed. He wasn't a match at all. Bang! Lu Ming's fist struck his wing. His wing was broken, and black feathers fluttered. Then, Lu Ming's fist struck his chest. A large hole appeared in his chest, and his bones broke. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. He retreated, smashing through several meteorites. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was heavily injured. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming showing mercy. Otherwise, he would have already been killed. See! See! The sound of gasps rang out. The other winged race prodigies were filled with shock. Chapter 3702. All the prodigies of the winged men race looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming could actually defeat the black winged men race. This was too unbelievable. This talent was simply heaven-defying. Where did he come from? Why had they never heard of him before? This talent was even more powerful and terrifying than Lu Ming in the dragon race's mother planet. Damn bastard, attack! Let's attack together and kill this person. The black-winged men race youth stabilized his injuries and roared like a madman. He had actually been defeated by a 3rd-level divine lord, and it seemed like he had been defeated easily. This was a great humiliation. He was furious and couldn't wait to turn Lu Ming into ashes. Enough. At this moment, a dignified and cold voice rang out. A silver-haired youth stepped out. This was another winged men race youth. His cultivation was very high, reaching the 8th-level divine lord realm. He was the leader of the winged men race. Kill this person for me. The black-winged men race youth roared. Enough. Stop right now. The silver-haired youth, reprimanded coldly. The black-winged men race youth immediately stopped talking, as if he was afraid of Brother Mu's combat prowess is really admirable. You have such combat prowess at the 3rd-level divine lord realm. Even Lu Ming can't compare to you. I'm afraid not many people in the top 10 clans can be compared to Brother Mu. Said. Brother you flatter me. How could I dare to compare with the prodigies of the top 10 races? The difference is too great. Lu Ming said modestly. Brother Mu wants to kill the divine dragon to provoke Lu Ming and the remaining members of the dragon race. My winged men race also has the same intention. Moreover, we happen to know a place where the divine dragons gather. Brother Mu, are you willing to come with us? Said. That's what I want. Lu Ming readily agreed. The black-winged men race youth swallowed a healing pill to heal his injuries. He glared at Lu Ming with cold light flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. After that, Lu Ming followed and the others and left the dragon race's mother planet, heading towards the territory controlled by the winged men race. A few days later, they arrived at a planet controlled by the winged clan. The people living on this planet were all from the winged men clan. There were all kinds of winged people. There were thunder-winged beings, storm-winged beings, snow-winged beings, shadowless winged beings, gold-winged beings, and so on. Lu Ming was arranged to stay in a side courtyard. In another hall, the silver-winged clan, black-winged clan, and the others had gathered. Silver Wing, why did you bring Mu Yun along? Why didn't we work together to kill him? The black-winged youth said, still filled with hatred and killing intent towards Lu Ming. There's no need to kill him for now. He's very strong and can be used by us. Silver Wing said, his eyes flashing with wisdom. We're going to the place where the divine dragons gather. There are many powerful divine dragons in that medium-sized world. Our god kings can't go in, so it's still dangerous for us to take down that divine dragon world. Isn't it better to let this person take the lead as cannon fodder? Silver Wing continued. Wonderful, wonderful. The other winged nation youths all praised him. The black-winged youth's eyes also lit up. Not only Mu Yun, we also need to gather a group of experts from other clans to enter that medium-sized world and let them be cannon fodder. Alright, I'll go find Lord Feng Chu now and ask him to arrange this operation to capture the divine dragons. After saying that, he left the place. The Lord Feng Chu he mentioned was the commander of the Winged Men clan in this star field, a very powerful God King expert. When Silver Wing mentioned this matter, Commander Feng Chu immediately agreed to send experts to help them. Moreover, Feng Chu also wanted to gather a group of people from other clans to be cannon fodder. Silver Wing naturally agreed. The area controlled by the Winged Men clan was the border of the Winged Men clan, close to the other clans. At the same time, it was also a bustling commercial area, where people from other clans often came to do business. This time, the Winged Men clan offered a generous reward, so when the news came out, many people came to sign up. After 2 rounds of screening, the strongest 100 people were selected. Lu Ming certainly didn't need to be selected as he had already proven himself. Just like this, after everything was settled, it was already a month later. At this time, the Winged Men clan began to set off. This time, a few God Kings personally led the team, the Winged Men clan, and the experts from other clans added up to more than 500 people. Together, they came to a relatively barren star river. In front of them, there were 9 stars, arranged in a strange way, forming a line. The entrance to the medium-sized world of the Divine Dragon clan is here. Silver Wing said. Let me open it. A God King expert of the Winged Men clan flew forward, his body blossoming with divine light, and a terrifying aura pervaded the air. The wings behind his back flapped, a powerful force burst out, entangling the 9 stars, and then the 9 stars were pushed and moved slowly. Rumble. The starry sky shook, and finally, the 9 stars arranged themselves into the shape of a dragon. Then, the void rippled like water, and a gap appeared in the starry sky. The gap has been opened, go in. After you succeed, send a message through the illusory divine jade and I will open the passage again. The God King said. This was a medium-sized world, very similar to a small kiliacosm, attached to the chaotic universe. However, a medium-sized world was much more stable than a small kiliacosm, and the cultivation environment was also much better, and it could accommodate more experts. For example, in the primordial world of the heavenly world where Lu Ming was, 3rd level void god realm was the limit. Any stronger and the small kiliacosm could easily collapse. The medium-sized world in front of them could only accommodate quasi-emperors. If a god king went in, the whole world could easily collapse. Therefore, the strongest expert that went in this time was a quasi-emperor. Let's go. Silver Wing took the lead, flying forward. Then, the others also moved, flying towards the passage. Lu Ming followed them, entering the passage together. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the others stood on a mountain peak. In the sky, there was a huge passageway that was slowly rotating. After they all entered, the passageway slowly disappeared. Let's go in batches, 5 batches. Each batch has about 100 people. If you see a divine dragon, try not to kill it. Once you capture it, put it in your Chinkuan bag, and then go to the outer region of the dragon clan's mother planet to fight. Understand? Silverwing said. The others nodded. Among these people, Silverwing's status was the highest. He was the top genius. Although there were many quasi-emperors present, they were all seniors. Although their combat strength was stronger than Silverwing's, their talent was far from comparable. Naturally, their status was lower than Silverwing's. Then, they divided into 5 batches. Whether it was intentional or not, Lu Ming, Silverwing, and the black-winged man youth were in the same group. When the black-winged man youth looked at Lu Ming, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 3703. Over 500 people split into 5 groups and headed off in 5 different directions. Lu Ming, Silverwing, and the rest, together with nearly 100 people, flew toward the front and left. Whoosh! When they flew past, the space was split open like water ripples, allowing their speed to be astonishingly fast. It was as if they were breaking through space to advance. What a fragile space. Lu Ming pondered. The stability of space here was worlds apart from the primitive universe. Lu Ming felt like he could break space with just a slight movement. It was the same feeling as when Lu Ming's cultivation base had reached the peak of that world. He could break space at will. Before long, they arrived in front of a castle. This castle was where the divine dragons gathered. Lu Zhan, check the cultivation base of the strongest dragon in this castle. Silverwing instructed an old winged man with a crooked nose. Although this old winged man was a quasi-emperor, he was very old and didn't have much lifespan left. He wouldn't be able to break through to the divine emperor realm in his lifetime, so his status was much lower than Silverwing's. Yes. The old winged man, Lu Zhan, spread out his spiritual sense, enveloping the entire castle. After a while, Lu Zhan said, "Young master, the strongest is a 4th-level divine lord." Only a 4th-level divine lord. Then attack. Silverwing stepped into the air. The others also flew forward. The strongest was a 4th-level divine lord, so they didn't feel any pressure. Set up the formation. The dragons in the castle also noticed Silverwing's group. The castle lit up, and dragon roars rang out. A grand formation appeared, enveloping the castle. You want to stop me with a mere formation? You're dreaming. Silverwing sneered. The silver wings on his back lit up, turning into a saber light that slashed out. Boom! The saber light slashed the castle's formation, causing it to explode. It couldn't withstand Silverwing's attack. Then, Silverwing reached out with a large hand and grabbed it. Fight them. Roar. Angry roars could be heard from the castle, and numerous divine dragons flew out. Most of these divine dragons were 5-clawed divine dragons. Only a few were 6-clawed divine dragons. The highest cultivation was merely 4th-level divine lord. The difference was too great, there was no comparison at all. Silverwing's claw grabbed at that 4th-level divine lord's 6-clawed divine dragon, directly crushing the other party's attack and defense, grabbing the other party in his hand like grabbing a small bug. Then, Silverwing took out a golden pouch. The bag expanded rapidly. Then, Silverwing grabbed Shenlong and stuffed him into the bag. They were not going to kill them here. They were going to bring them outside the dragon race's mother planet. They were going to hunt these dragons, drink their blood, and eat their meat. Then, they were going to send it to the illusory space for Lu Ming to see and stimulate Lu Ming, Ao Yen, and the others. Ha, little reptile, surrender now that you're dead. Can't even withstand a single blow. The people of the Winged Men tribe and the other tribes laughed heartily. They used their techniques to capture all the mystical dragons and stuffed them into the golden pouch. The golden pouch was called the Chinkuan pouch, and it could hold living things. Soon, all the mystical dragons in the castle were taken down. The castle was also razed to the ground. Then, they continued forward. Whenever they came across a castle or city, they would immediately capture the mystical dragons and stuff them into the Chinkuan pouch. In less than a day, they had captured thousands of mystical dragons. The next day, they came to a strange place. There was a huge mountain in front of them. On the side of the mountain, there was a huge cave. It was more than 100 miles wide and unfathomably deep. This was a dragon's den. Wherever there was a dragon's den, there would definitely be a large number of mystical dragons gathered. Moreover, there might be extremely powerful existences. This dragon's den is not simple. It's very likely that there are 9th-level divine lords, or even quasi-emperors. The old winged man Lu Zhan transmitted to Silverwing. Silverwing nodded silently. Then, he turned and transmitted to the other winged men. There should be quite a few mystical dragons in this dragon's den. I'll leave it to you. Go and capture the mystical dragons in this dragon's den. The black-winged man youth stepped forward. His sharp and cold gaze swept over Lu Ming and the other tribes. There were about 100 people from the other tribes in total. They were divided into 5 groups. There were about 20 of them here. Many people's expressions changed when the black-winged man youth's gaze swept over them. Let us go. Why don't you go? An old man who looked like a gorilla asked. It's just a dragon's den. There's no need for us to go. You guys can go. You have to work here. The black-winged man youth said. I think you want us to be cannon fodder. There's definitely a terrifying existence in this dragon's den. There might even be quasi-emperors. If the 20 of us go, I'm afraid it won't bode well for us. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. The bone demon resided in his sea of consciousness. The bone demon didn't follow his past self. Instead, he followed his present self out. He didn't want to be trapped in the dragon race's mother planet. With the bone demon around, he clearly knew that there were quasi-emperors in this dragon's den. Moreover, there were no quasi-emperors among the 20 of them. Letting them take the lead would be suicide. The winged men clearly wanted them to be cannon fodder. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 20 experts who weren't from the winged race changed, becoming extremely unsightly. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? The black-winged man youth stared coldly at Lu Ming. I'm talking nonsense. Huh, this dragon's den is obviously extraordinary. Do you think we're fools? Lu Ming sneered. That's right. If you want to go, we'll go together. What do you mean by asking us to go alone? That's right. We came here to assist the winged men. If you want us to die, I won't do it. At most, I'll withdraw. I won't earn this money. The others started to clamor. Since you're already here, it's not up to you. Yi said coldly. Shua Shua, one of the people present, flashed and formed a semicircle, blocking Lu Ming and the others' escape route. What are you doing? The winged men will offend my clan if you do this. The Sky Traveler clan isn't afraid of you. Some people shouted. Humph. If you don't listen to us, no one will know even if we kill you. They'll only think that you died in the hands of the dragon race. Your clansmen will only seek revenge from the dragon race. Yi said coldly. The faces of the other clansmen turned ugly. Obviously, they had been tricked. They had no choice but to follow the winged men's orders. Also, this kid has disrupted the morale of the army. He's guilty of a heinous crime. Now, you'll be the first to charge into the dragon's den. I'll spare your life. The black-winged man youth looked at Lu Ming and shouted coldly. If you want to go, then go. I'm not interested. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Kid, you're courting death. The black-winged man youth's eyes flashed coldly. His killing intent was as cold as a blade. Divine light spread out from his body. If it wasn't for his fear of Lu Ming, he would have already killed Lu Ming. Chapter 3704. However, Lu Ming did not even look at the black-winged man youth. Everyone, it's obvious that the winged man clan wants us to be cannon fodder and lead the charge. Even if this dragon cave is fine, there will be more and more. How can they let us leave alive after doing such a despicable thing? Lu Ming said loudly. His words made the faces of the 20 experts from various races turn even uglier. Indeed, the Winged Man clan would definitely let them spread such a despicable thing. They would definitely make them cannon fodder until they died. Many of them revealed a ruthless look. In that case, why don't we fight to the death and kill our way out? Lu Ming said loudly. Kill our way out? Without the Winged Man clan's divine emperor, you can kill your way out. Also, with the Winged Man clan's divine emperor guarding outside, you can break out. Silverwing sneered. Many people turned pale. Indeed, even if they broke out of the encirclement, they would not be able to kill their way out. So, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Let's cooperate. The Winged Man clan will not let you die in vain. You just need to check the situation ahead. If there are experts, we will definitely act. Also, if any of you have illusory divine jades, you can spread the news at any time. The Winged Man clan will not do such a despicable thing. It will be easily spread. Silverwing continued. Indeed, many people felt relieved after hearing this. However, this kid will have to pay the price for disturbing the morale of the army. Silverwing looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. He originally wanted to use Lu Ming as cannon fodder, but since Lu Ming did not know what was good for him, he could only get rid of him in advance. Attack! Kill him! The black-winged man youth yelled. Kill! With a long roar, someone took the initiative to attack. The first to attack was none other than Lu Ming. Since the battle was unavoidable, Lu Ming would not hesitate. Moreover, his battle intent was strong and he was not afraid, even if the Winged Man clan had many quasi-emperors. However, these were all ordinary quasi-emperors. Lu Ming had long wanted to see how strong he was when he used his full strength. Lu Ming took the initiative to attack. His target was the black-winged man. Attack! Attack! The black-winged man youth roared, his divine power erupted, forming two black sharp blades, slashing towards Lu Ming. Beside the black-winged youth, two old men also made their move. These two old men were both 9th-level Divine Lord powerful existences. The three of them attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was fearless. He didn't even bother to defend himself. He directly punched out. Boom boom boom, several rumbles in a row. The black-winged youths and the two 9th-level Divine Lord powerhouses' attacks were directly broken apart by Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming rushed past, and the remaining attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. They only left a few bloody scars on his body, but they didn't do much damage. Lu Ming continued to attack the black-winged youth. Stop him! The black-winged man youth was shocked and quickly retreated. As for the two 9th-level Divine Lord elders, they dashed out and attacked, wanting to stop Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched out twice, and the two 9th-level Divine Lords coughed up blood and retreated. Now, Lu Ming had erupted with his full strength. Every cell was trembling, and a powerful energy spread out from each cell. The energy of 60 trillion cells intertwined, terrifying to the extreme. Lu Ming instantly arrived in front of the black-winged man youth. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, scaring the black-winged man youth into roaring in fright. Save me! Quickly save me! The black-winged man youth roared. Kill him! Quickly kill him! Silverwing also roared. He turned into a silver ray of light and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other winged men experts also attacked. Terrifying attacks surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. Quasi-emperors, and there were many of them. Lu Ming instantly determined that there were at least 10 quasi-emperors among the winged men. However, these people were still a step too late. Lu Ming's attack had already blasted towards the black-winged man youth. The black-winged man youth was naturally unwilling to be killed, so he tried his best to resist. However, the fist energy passed through, and the black-winged man youth's attack was directly defeated. His body suddenly exploded. A destructive force rushed towards his sea of consciousness. How is this possible? The black-winged man-youth's eyes widened in disbelief. Last time, he could clearly block several of Lu Ming's moves without dying. This time, he couldn't even block one move. Is this his true strength? This was the last thought that flashed through the black-winged man-youth's mind. Then, his soul was turned to ashes under the destructive force. The black-winged man-youth was killed by Lu Ming with a single punch. At this time, the other attacks were about to hit Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming shook his muscles and rushed forward, avoiding many attacks. However, there were still 2 Quasi-Emperor's attacks that bombarded his back. Lu Ming's body shook violently. The 2 incomparably sharp attacks broke through his defense and even broke his bones. Lu Ming's body flew out tens of thousands of meters and crashed into a mountain. Pfft! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength of a Quasi-Emperor is indeed strong. It's much stronger than a 9th-level divine monarch. Lu Ming thought. Previously, even a 9th-level divine monarch expert couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense. However, a Quasi-Emperor directly broke his bones. However, a steady stream of energy emerged from the cells in Lu Ming's wound. As soon as this energy came out, Lu Ming's injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. Yes, it seems like my strength has increased a bit. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He felt that after his injuries were healed, his strength had increased a bit, and he was a bit closer to a 4th-level divine monarch. Could it be that the potential of my cells has been developed? Lu Ming thought of the cultivation method of the taboo energy that Fei Huang had told him. To cultivate the taboo energy, one would normally need to absorb a large amount of energy. However, this energy wouldn't directly increase his cultivation. Instead, it would fuse into each of his cells and strengthen his potential. Only by constantly developing his potential would this energy be transformed into his cultivation. And the injuries he had suffered just now had also unknowingly developed his potential. Am I going to become a masochist? The more I get beaten, the stronger I become. Lu Ming was a bit speechless. Kill. At this time, Silver Wing and the other experts of the winged race had already arrived. Lu Ming's figure flashed and dodged in another direction. At the same time, he constantly punched, his fist energy breaking through the air and resisting some of the attacks. However, the strength of a Quasi-Emperor was truly shocking. Furthermore, there were several middle-aged Quasi-Emperors among them. Their strength was even more terrifying. These people weren't particularly old, but they had already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. Their talent wasn't weak, and they were stronger than ordinary Quasi-Emperors. Chapter 3705. Boom! There was a violent roar and Lu Ming's body was once again sent flying. He crashed into a few mountain ranges and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his injuries were quickly healing. Roar! At this moment, the dragon's roar rang out. The dragon's cave naturally noticed the commotion and set up a large formation, ready for battle. As for Silver Wing, he led dozens of winged men to attack Lu Ming once again. Come! Lu Ming charged out of the rubble, his battle intent soaring. Boom! He activated the battle character art, increasing his battle strength by 5 times. The battle character art followed his body. Lu Ming had already tested it. Even if it was a taboo energy, activating the battle character art could still increase his battle strength. After activating the battle character art, Lu Ming's battle strength soared. Instead of retreating, he charged toward the winged men, punching out at their attacks. There was a secret technique hidden in each of his fists, and each of his fists was capable of destroying an attack. Lu Ming was bathed in attacks. Dozens of attacks were all defeated. Lu Ming charged through. Although he was covered in blood, he didn't feel anything. He directly charged toward some of the weaker winged men. Boom! After a few punches, several winged men's bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Retreat, all of you retreat. Quasi-Emperors, surround him. Silver Wing roared. Lu Ming's battle strength had deeply shocked him. Lu Ming was only a third-level divine lord, but he could fight against a quasi-emperor. He could even kill a ninth-level divine lord. This kind of battle strength was simply unimaginable. Even existences below the quasi-emperor level couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. Therefore, the winged men below the quasi-emperor level retreated and used long-range attacks to restrain Lu Ming. As for the quasi-emperors, they surrounded Lu Ming. There were a total of 13 quasi-emperors. This was a shocking force. Vast divine power surged. This area was completely boiling. Space was fragmenting, and the ground was cracking and exploding. This was only a middle-sized world, and its stability could not be compared to the primitive universe. It could not withstand the full power of more than 10 quasi-emperors. The 13 quasi-emperors unleashed their ultimate moves and attacked Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stared at one of the quasi-emperors and charged over. He did not care about the attacks of the others. Boom boom, Lu Ming's fists continuously punched out, and the space was beaten into a chaotic color. The destructive force completely engulfed the void as it surged toward the quasi-emperor. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged 5 or 6 moves. It was obvious that Lu Ming had the upper hand. His fist energy pierced through the quasi-emperor's attack. The quasi-emperor coughed out blood and retreated. Lu Ming's fist energy had left a huge hole in his chest. However, at the same time, the attacks of the other quasi-emperors also landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spine, back, shoulders, and other places had been integrated with some defensive secret arts. At this moment, these secret arts were all activated. However, the combined attack of more than 10 quasi-emperors was too powerful. These secret arts could only block a portion of the power. Poochie. Crack. The flesh and blood on Lu Ming's back and shoulders exploded. Even his bones were cracked. Waves of excruciating pain spread throughout his body. However, a large amount of energy immediately surged out of every cell, healing Lu Ming's injuries at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and continued to attack that quasi-emperor. His attacks did not stop at all. That quasi-emperor did his best to block, but he had already been injured by Lu Ming and was much weaker. How could he block Lu Ming's attacks? After a few more punches, that quasi-emperor screamed miserably. His body was torn apart, and his soul also turned to ashes under the violent power. A quasi-emperor was killed just like that. Back then, in the Taishu dynasty, a quasi-emperor was a supreme existence for Lu Ming. In the battle between the Taishu dynasty, the Wu people, and the Tianyi sacred dynasty, a quasi-emperor could play a key role in determining victory or defeat. Now, Lu Ming had killed a quasi-emperor with his own hands. Moreover, this quasi-emperor was from the Wing Men clan. His combat strength was much stronger than that of the quasi-emperors of the Taishu dynasty. In other words, now that Lu Ming had returned to the Taishu dynasty, no one except the immortal demon was his match. However, killing a quasi-emperor was not without a price. Lu Ming was attacked again. The place where he was attacked was badly mutilated, and many of his bones were broken. It was a horrible sight. After being seriously injured, even with Lu Ming's recovery ability, it was difficult for him to recover in a short time. Kill him completely. I want him to die without a burial place. Silver Wing roared hysterically. Lu Ming's combat strength frightened him from the bottom of his soul. This kind of combat strength, this kind of talent, was too monstrous. If he didn't get rid of Lu Ming today, he would be the one to die in the future. There were still 12 quasi-emperors left. They once again used their trump cards to attack Lu Ming. If you want to kill me, you have to pay the price. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He continued to stare at one of the quasi-emperors and attacked. Boom. 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 His attacks were like a storm, constantly surging toward that quasi-emperor. Just like before, he completely ignored the attacks of the others. Damn it. That quasi-emperor was frightened because he found that although Lu Ming was injured, his combat strength had not weakened at all. the two of them exchanged a few moves. He felt that the bones in his hand were broken, his wings were pierced, and feathers were flying everywhere. At this time, Lu Ming was attacked again. His chest was pierced. Even his head had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel a little dizzy. Lu Ming endured the pain. His attacks did not weaken at all. Finally, that quasi-emperor was unable to endure any longer. He was torn apart by Lu Ming, dying on the spot. Boom! Lu Ming was smashed into the ground. The ground exploded, and everything within hundreds of millions of miles collapsed. Not far away, the Dragon Cave was protected by the Grand Formation. That was why it was safe. Who is this person? How can he be so monstrous? The 20 people from the other races stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. Lu Ming's combat prowess had deeply shocked these people. Don't split up. Gather together and attack. Don't let him defeat you one by one, roared one of the quasi-emperors. The remaining 11 quasi-emperors gathered together and chased after Lu Ming. Bang! The ground exploded, and Lu Ming charged out. But this time, Lu Ming did not charge at them. Instead, he flew into the distance. He fled. Lu Ming did not continue fighting because his injuries were too heavy. If he continued fighting, it would not be good for him. Furthermore, as the battle continued, Lu Ming felt that his recovery ability was weakening. This made Lu Ming feel uncertain. Lu Ming was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Chase! The 11 quasi-emperors, as well as Silver Wing and the others, chased after Lu Ming. But they found that Lu Ming was very fast, even faster than quasi-emperors. The distance between them was slowly increasing. 2 hours later, they could no longer see Lu Ming's figure. Chapter 3706. Stop chasing. At this time, Silver Wing shouted. Although he was unwilling, he could only give up. Young master, this kid is too monstrous. We must get rid of him, or else we won't be able to live in peace in the future. The winged man Lu Zhan said. It doesn't matter. Even if we let him escape, he won't be able to leave this world. There are divine emperors of the winged men guarding outside. He'll be courting death if he goes out. Let's capture the divine dragons of this world first, then let the divine emperors destroy this world. That kid will definitely die. Silver Wing said, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Young master, you're right. That kid can't run forever. Let's go capture the divine dragons first. Lu Zhan said. Then, they left this place and headed to the dragon cave. After Lu Ming shook off the winged men, he flew for more than an hour. After a few hours, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. There were no visible wounds on the surface of his body. Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. Forbidden energy is indeed magical. It's said that even a single cell can come back to life. Looks like it's true. However, it should require a large amount of energy. The energy I absorbed from those divine herbs seems to be running out. Lu Ming pondered. After this battle, Lu Ming had a better understanding of the effects of the taboo power. Each of his cells contained forbidden energy, which contained the energy of divine herbs. Therefore, when he was injured, the energy would be stimulated, allowing him to recover quickly. However, when the energy was exhausted, it would be much slower for him to recover. Looks like I'll have to absorb more energy in the future and store it in my cells to increase my potential. Lu Ming said. He carefully sensed that every cell in his body was filled with a sense of hunger. This was a sign of energy deficiency. Then let's refine some divine herbs first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and many divine herbs appeared in his hand. When Lu Ming left the dragon race's mother planet, he brought a large amount of divine herbs with him. After all, his past self was still on the dragon clan's mother planet. There was no shortage of elixirs at all. Hence, most of the elixirs that he had obtained previously were carried by his current self. Lu Ming took out a stock of divine medicine. With a thought, his body trembled slightly. Every cell in his body emitted a powerful attractive force. The energy of this stock of divine medicine was quickly absorbed. Soon, the energy of the entire stock of divine medicine was completely absorbed by the cells and distributed to each of them. The energy of a divine herb was distributed to 60 trillion cells. Each cell couldn't get much. Lu Ming could still feel the hunger in his cells. Lu Ming continued to refine the second divine herb. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to refine the godly herbs. After refining a few dozen stalks of godly herbs, the hunger finally subsided a little. Only about 3%. Lu Ming muttered. He had a feeling that the energy stored in his cells had only reached about 3%. He could continue to store more energy to increase his potential. The more he stored, the more he could be reborn even if he was left with only a single cell. Continue. Then, Lu Ming took out a stock of Divine Emperor level divine herb. Divine Emperor level divine herbs were used by divine emperors. Generally speaking, divine lords couldn't use them. If the medicinal power was too strong, they would explode. But Lu Ming didn't have such a problem now. 60 trillion cells could absorb energy. How much could he absorb? Begin. Lu Ming held the Divine Emperor level divine herb. His cells emitted a strong attractive force. The medicinal power of the divine herb was constantly being absorbed by his cells. However, the medicinal power of a Divine Emperor level divine herb was unusually strong. Lu Ming spent a total of 5 days to completely absorb the medicinal power of this stock of divine herb. It's almost at 20%. Lu Ming sensed the situation of his cells. Moreover, my cultivation is about to break through. I should take the opportunity to break through in one go. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Previously, he had fought with the winged men and killed 2 quasi-emperors. He had also been seriously injured. Such a life and death battle was very beneficial to stimulating one's potential. With his potential stimulated, Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly increased. He was only a paper away from 4th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming only needed to break through this paper and his cultivation would naturally be able to break through. Lu Ming began to cultivate according to the cultivation method of the taboo power that Fei Huang had passed on to him. Buzz! Lu Ming swung his fists. The void trembled slightly. As he swung his fists, the muscles, bones, and blood in his body rhythmically vibrated along with his fists. All the cells in his body also vibrated along with his fists. Traces of potential were stimulated, strengthening Lu Ming. Lu Ming focused on cultivating. The speed at which he swung his fists became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After 3 days of continuous cultivation, Lu Ming's aura had reached its peak. Boom! Lu Ming, who was swinging his fists, suddenly felt the strength in his body skyrocket. The taboo power that emerged from every cell was even stronger. Breakthrough. Lu Ming's cultivation had finally broken through to 4th level Divine Lord. This caused Lu Ming's battle strength to skyrocket. Not bad. Lu Ming stopped and nodded. I hope the winged men haven't left yet. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Then his figure moved and he broke through the void. His direction was the depths of this world. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the dragon cave that he had passed by previously. At this moment, the dragon cave had already collapsed. There was not a single divine dragon inside. This dragon cave only had 1 quasi-emperor at most. It could not stop Silver Wing and the others at all. It was expected that it would be broken through. Lu Ming continued forward. Along the way, he saw many broken castles, cities, and dragon caves. This world was a mess. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze changed. He sensed a weak dragon energy in one of the dragon caves. Lu Ming's taboo power had been refined by the dragon race's experts for a long time. It now had some dragon characteristics. So Lu Ming was very sensitive to dragon energy. Lu Ming entered the dragon's lair and discovered a divine dragon in an extremely secretive place. This was a seven-clawed divine dragon. It was very young. When it realized that Lu Ming had discovered it, it roared and charged at Lu Ming. "I'll fight you to the death." The seven-clawed divine dragon roared, its eyes red. Its claws repeatedly clawed at Lu Ming. However, this divine dragon was only a first-level divine lord. The difference between it and Lu Ming was too great. Lu Ming reached out a hand and grabbed it. His palm expanded rapidly and he grabbed the seven-clawed divine dragon in his hand. The seven-clawed divine dragon struggled with all its might, but it could not move at all. "Damn it! Despicable outsiders, you will all die a horrible death." The divine dragon cursed with all its might. "I'm not with those birdmen. I'm a friend of the dragon race." Lu Ming said. "You want to lie to me? No way." The divine dragon's eyes widened. It clearly did not believe him. Chapter 3707. "You're my prisoner now, why would I lie to you?" Lu Ming said indifferently. The seven-clawed divine dragon was stunned. Indeed, it was a piece of cake for Lu Ming to kill him. It was also a piece of cake for Lu Ming to obtain his belongings. Why would he need to lie to him? For a moment, the seven-clawed divine dragon did not say a word. "Let me ask you, where did those birdmen go?" Lu Ming asked. "You're really not with those birdmen?" The seven-clawed divine dragon asked again. "Don't worry, I have a grudge with those birdmen. I'm looking for them to take revenge. Moreover, I'm old friends with the dragon race. I'll save you and send you to the dragon race's mother planet." Lu Ming said. "What? You can send us to the dragon race's mother planet?" The seven-clawed divine dragon's eyes were wide open, full of doubt, shock, and disbelief. The dragon race's mother planet was a legend to him. He was young and had only heard of the legends of the dragon race's mother planet from the older generation. He heard that the dragon race was once incomparably powerful and dominated the universe. The dragon race's mother planet was the holy land of all the dragon race, worshipped by thousands of dragons. But later, the dragon race was destroyed and the dragon race's mother planet was sealed. The dragon race became the mounts and food of others. It was a tragic sight. And now, Lu Ming could actually bring him to the dragon race's mother planet. He was both excited and in disbelief. "Of course." Lu Ming nodded solemnly. "All right, I'll believe you this time. Those birdmen are heading to the imperial capital. They're probably going to attack the imperial capital now. I'll bring you there." The seven-clawed divine dragon gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. This world was not big. Anyway, even if he did not lead the way, Lu Ming would be able to find the imperial capital very quickly. Immediately, they set off. With the seven-clawed divine dragon leading the way, Lu Ming quickly flew in a direction with the seven-clawed divine dragon. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. He broke through the void and moved forward. Not long after, he saw a dazzling divine light ahead. The dragon god emperors of this world have all arrived. At this moment, they were all engaged in an intense battle. The dragon clan soon discovered that the winged men had invaded this world. The experts of the divine dragon imperial capital gathered all the divine dragons in the imperial capital and set up a formation to resist the winged men's attack. The winged men clan had originally been divided into 5 groups. Now, they had all gathered together and surrounded the imperial capital. Originally, there were about 100 people from other races, but now, there were not many left. It could be seen that along the way, the winged men clan had used the other races as cannon fodder, and there were many casualties. At this moment, all of the winged men were surrounding the divine dragon imperial capital and bombarding it. Dazzling divine light soared into the sky as hundreds of attacks of all kinds fell upon the dragon god emperor. Above the Shenlong imperial capital, a grand formation appeared to defend against these attacks. However, right now, the grand array could not withstand the attacks of so many powerhouses and was already in imminent danger. "Block it. You must block it." A dragon's roar was heard in the Shenlong imperial capital. Some of the more powerful divine dragons had solemn looks in their eyes. They could clearly sense that there were more than 50 quasi-emperors in the Winged Men clan. On the Divine Dragon's side, there were also quasi-emperors, but there were only a dozen of them. The difference was too great. Once the grand formation was broken, what awaited them would be defeat and death. They're just the Winged Men clan. Back then, when our dragon clan was at its peak, they would not dare to attack us. They could only bow and scrape before us. Damn it. Some of the Divine Dragons sighed, their faces filled with sorrow and loneliness. Fight. Even if we die, we must drag them down with us. Prepare for battle. Voices rang out one after another. All of the dragon clan showed an expression of facing death as they prepared to fight to the death with the Winged Men clan. Far away. Wait here. Lu Ming instructed the seven-clawed divine dragon, then stepped out without concealing his aura. Now that his cultivation had reached the 4th level divine lord realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed and there was no need for him to hide it. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the Winged Men clan sensed him. It's that brat. Lu Ming, that brat, how dare he appear again? A few of the Winged Men clan said coldly. In particular, Silverwing's gaze was extremely cold. Originally, I wanted to get the Divine Emperors to destroy this world after dealing with the Divine Dragons and bury this brat here. Since he dares to appear, let's deal with him first. Silverwing's mouth moved slightly as he transmitted a message to some of the Winged Men clan's experts. This time, the Winged Men clan had sent a total of 60 quasi-emperors here. Previously, 2 of them had been killed by Lu Ming, so there were still 58 left. Following Silverwing's order, 20 quasi-emperors stepped out, flapping their wings as they charged toward Lu Ming. They formed a fan shape, forming groups of 2 as they surrounded Lu Ming. They did not dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Silverwing had already warned them that Lu Ming was able to successfully kill 2 quasi-emperors and escape from the encirclement of 13 quasi-emperors. His combat strength was extremely shocking. Many of the Winged Men clan could not help but look over, and the frequency of their attacks decreased. Silverwing and the others did not care. In their opinion, these divine dragons were just turtles in a jar. As long as they dealt with Lu Ming, it would be easy to take down these divine dragons. This brat is not running away. Silverwing's eyes widened. He originally thought that with so many experts chasing after him, Lu Ming would most likely run away. Unexpectedly, not only did Lu Ming not run away, but he also charged in a direction. Could it be that Lu Ming still thought that he could fight with them? Could it be that Lu Ming's cultivation had a breakthrough? Silverwing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Be careful, don't split up. Silverwing hurriedly shouted. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly. All the cells in his body vibrated, and a powerful force pushed him forward. His body burst out like a stream of light as he charged toward the 2 quasi-emperors of the Winged Men clan. Lu Ming's sudden increase in speed was beyond the expectations of the Winged Men clan. In an instant, Lu Ming appeared in front of the 2 quasi-emperors of the Winged Men clan. Boom! Lu Ming swung his fists and threw out 2 punches in a row. The void exploded as if it was broken into pieces. The violent force crushed toward the 2 quasi-emperors like a storm. This force is not good. The 2 quasi-emperors of the Winged Men clan's faces changed drastically. Once Lu Ming made his move, they could feel that Lu Ming's power was simply terrifying. The violent force was so oppressive that they could not catch their breath. Without the slightest hesitation, they burst out with all their strength to resist. However, when Lu Ming's fists landed, their attacks directly collapsed. Lu Ming's fists were unstoppable. There was nothing that could not be broken. Ah! 2 shrill screams sounded. The 2 quasi-emperors of the Winged Men clan were torn apart. They were directly killed, and feathers flew everywhere. All of a sudden, the other Winged Men clan members were stunned. There was a moment of absent-mindedness. It was really too shocking. These were 2 quasi-emperors, but Lu Ming had killed them in seconds when they met. They had no room to resist at all and were directly killed. Chapter 3708. All the winged men fell into a momentary daze. However, for an expert like Lu Ming, that momentary daze could determine life and death. How could Lu Ming miss out on such an opportunity? Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged at the other two quasi-emperors, his fists raining down on them. Previously, Lu Ming had activated the battle character art to increase his combat prowess by 5 times, pushing his combat prowess to the peak. When the fist energy descended, even the void was destroyed. Although the two quasi-emperors had already reacted and tried their best to block, it was useless. Under the fist energy's pressure, their bodies and bones were crushed, their bodies and souls destroyed. Before Lu Ming broke through, when he activated the battle character art to increase his combat prowess by 5 times, he could already kill ordinary quasi-emperors. Now that he had broken through, his combat prowess had soared. Before Lu Ming, quasi-emperors could not withstand a single blow and could be killed instantly. After killing these two, Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he charged at the other two quasi-emperors. Gather. Gather together. Don't split up. Quickly gather. Those quasi-emperors roared. The other 10-odd quasi-emperors all charged at the two quasi-emperors in front of Lu Ming. Those two quasi-emperors hastily retreated, wanting to flee. However, they were still a step too late. Kill! Lu Ming hollered and his fist force came crashing down. Lu Ming's fist energy not only contained the power of a taboo but also the various secret techniques that he had fused with his cells. These secret techniques were hidden, but the instant he attacked, they still burst forth with astonishing power. As expected, the two quasi-emperors of the winged men were easily killed by Lu Ming. In the distance, the 7-clawed divine dragon that Lu Ming brought over was dumbfounded. From the moment Lu Ming attacked until now, it had only been a few breaths of time. However, Lu Ming had already killed 6 quasi-emperors. Such combat prowess was simply shocking. All the divine dragons in the divine dragon royal capital could not help widening their eyes. They did not expect an expert to suddenly appear and kill 6 quasi-emperors of the winged men. Their hearts couldn't help but burn with passion. Lu Ming's battle prowess gave them hope. Perhaps, he would be saved today. When Lu Ming killed 6 quasi-emperors in a row, the remaining 14 quasi-emperors who had charged at Lu Ming had already gathered together. Kill! Lu Ming roared. Even though he was facing 14 quasi-emperors, he was still fearless and launched a fierce attack. The 14 quasi-emperors also shouted as they gathered their attacks and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not evade at all. He swung his fist and rushed forward, meeting the opponent's attack head-on. Boom boom boom, a terrifying explosion rang out, shaking heaven and earth. The void shattered, and the ground cracked. In the end, Lu Ming rushed past. He was still hit by a few attacks. However, as his cultivation had increased, his defensive ability had also increased. Although the attacks of these quasi-emperors had left wounds on Lu Ming's body, they were not very serious. They were only superficial wounds and his bones were not damaged. His injuries were quickly recovering. In the blink of an eye, he was completely healed. Come. Only your attacks can stimulate my potential. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery light. He found that as long as there was enough energy stored in his cells and his potential was strong, self-abuse might be a shortcut to a quick breakthrough. Therefore, he simply let go of his defense and focused on attacking. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming shouted as he stared at the winged men and attacked them. He was too lazy to care about the attacks of the other quasi-emperors. After a few consecutive punches, he defeated the attacks in front of him. Then, a quasi-emperor of the winged men screamed as his chest was penetrated by Lu Ming's punch and his body exploded. Following which, Lu Ming's arm shook. Every cell in his body emitted a terrifying force that exploded in all directions all of a sudden. The quasi-emperor's body and head exploded like a watermelon. He died on the spot. Then, Lu Ming's left hand slashed out, and a resplendent sword light cut another quasi-emperor in half. His soul was also extinguished by the sword light. As for the other quasi-emperors, their attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, sending Lu Ming flying. His body was in tatters and bleeding. However, Lu Ming's injuries were rapidly recovering. As Lu Ming recovered, he could feel his strength increasing. That's right, being injured actually stimulated his potential. It was many times faster than cultivating by himself. This made Lu Ming even more excited. He decided to find more people to fight in the future. Lu Ming ignored his injuries and charged at the other quasi-emperors as if he didn't care about his life. More importantly, after charging a short distance, his injuries were almost completely healed. Freak, this is freak. Freak, freak. Those quasi-emperors were all horrified. Lu Ming's performance was simply freakish. How were they supposed to fight him? Attack together. Ignore the dragon race's people. Attack together and kill this brat first. Silverwing roared. He was also incomparably terrified. How long had it been, and Lu Ming's combat strength had increased again. Soon, he would become even more terrifying. He had to kill Lu Ming. The remaining 38 quasi-emperors all put down the divine dragon imperial capital and charged at Lu Ming together. However, by the time they arrived, Lu Ming had already killed 2 quasi-emperors of the winged men. Of the 20 quasi-emperors at the start, Lu Ming had already killed 10 of them. Good. Seeing the remaining 38 quasi-emperors charging over, Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. His muscles trembled as he ignored the remaining 10 quasi-emperors and charged at the 38 quasi-emperors. Those 38 quasi-emperors hadn't expected Lu Ming to be so bold as to take the initiative to attack them. So, they hadn't gathered together. Now that they saw Lu Ming charging over, they were given a fright. Then, all kinds of attacks rained down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not care about these attacks at all. He charged forward and allowed these attacks to land on his body, leaving wounds on his body. He charged past them and charged toward the few quasi-emperors of the winged men. Not good. Those quasi-emperors' expressions changed. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming easily killed them. Following that, Lu Ming charged in another direction. Miserable screams rang out continuously. These quasi-emperors weren't a match for Lu Ming. No matter what kind of attacks landed on Lu Ming didn't care. As long as Lu Ming got close, they would die. Furthermore, Lu Ming didn't show any signs of weakening. Instead, he seemed to be getting stronger. Before long, another 10 quasi-emperors of the winged men were killed by Lu Ming. In total, 20 quasi-emperors had died at Lu Ming's hands. Of the 58, only 38 remained. All the remaining winged race members trembled in fear and started to retreat. Run! Just at this moment, a quasi-emperor roared in fear. When he saw Lu Ming charging at him, he immediately turned and fled. The moment he left, the other quasi-emperors also turned and fled in fear. Originally, the remaining quasi-emperors had gathered together. If Lu Ming wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be that easy. But now, their formation was in chaos. Chapter 3709. The winged quasi-emperor's formation was messed up, making it harder for them to form a fighting force. Lu Ming charged forward, killing one person with each move. In an instant, he killed 5 to 6 people consecutively. Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! Silverwing roared, his expression ugly. There were so many of them, but they were forced to flee by Lu Ming alone. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. But in this situation, if they did not flee, they would only be killed by Lu Ming one by one. Kill our way out. At this moment, the strongest divine dragon in the divine dragon imperial capital roared. They would not miss this opportunity. Kill. Kill our way out. Many divine dragons roared. In an instant, hundreds of powerful divine dragons left the imperial capital and charged toward the winged men. This group of divine dragons had more than a dozen quasi-emperors and more than 100 ninth-level divine lords. Together, they were very powerful. And the quasi-emperors of the winged men were being chased by Lu Ming. So, no one from the winged men could stop the divine dragons. Hundreds of winged men experts were killed in a single exchange. The divine dragon experts broke through the formation of the winged men as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The winged men were sent flying in all directions. "Kill that silver birdman!" A quasi-emperor divine dragon roared and led his men to charge at Silverwing. Silverwing's expression changed. Under the protection of several experts, he hurriedly fled. However, the divine dragon expert stared at Silverwing, not letting him escape. They were getting closer and closer. "Save me! Quickly save me!" Silverwing roared. Although he was also a top-notch monstrous talent, he was only at the 8th level Divine Lord realm after all. If he was asked to deal with a boundary emperor, he would probably be a little lacking. Facing more than a dozen boundary emperors at the Divine Dragon realm, only death awaited him. "Go save young Master Silverwing. Quickly!" Some of the quasi-emperors of the winged men hurriedly flew towards Silverwing. Silverwing's identity was not to be underestimated. Not only was he talented, but he also had a great background. He could not die here. If Silverwing died here, all of them would die as well. They might even implicate their families. Immediately, many quasi-emperors of the winged race flew towards Silverwing. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about these people, so he left them to the divine dragon race. Lu Ming charged towards the remaining winged quasi-emperors. Lu Ming intended to kill all of the winged men here. Once the winged men escaped, they would have to face the divine emperor's revenge. Although Lu Ming's current battle prowess was not bad, facing a divine emperor, only death awaited him. Therefore, Lu Ming increased his speed to the maximum. The space was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of him. He broke through the void and appeared in front of a quasi-emperor in a flash. He then punched him to death. From afar, one could only see Lu Ming constantly flickering in the air. Every time he flickered, a winged quasi-monarch would be killed by Lu Ming. In less than half a minute, more than 10 quasi-emperors had died at the hands of Lu Ming. "Go, let's go." Over 10 quasi-emperors of the winged race rushed over to Silverwing to protect him. They wanted to bring him away. But how could the divine dragon race let them escape? The winged race had captured a large number of divine dragons along the way, but they had also killed a large number of them. They had long since hated the winged race to the bone. Now that they had a chance to kill the winged race, they were willing to put their lives on the line. Roar! The divine dragons raised their heads and roared. Their slender bodies twisted, completely ignoring their own defenses and crazily attacking. For a moment, the winged race were tied down and unable to escape. As for the scattered quasi-emperors of the winged race, they had already been killed by Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards Silverwing. "Damn it! Damn it!" Silverwing kept roaring. He was so scared that he was covered in cold sweat. "Lu Ming, I've already sent word that my race's divine emperor will soon charge in. At that time, you'll be in a miserable state. If you stop now, you'll still have a chance to live," roared Silverwing, using the divine emperor to threaten him. He had indeed sent word to the divine emperor guarding the outside world. However, Lu Ming sneered, unmoved. Sending word was within Lu Ming's expectations. But so what? Would the divine emperor dare to charge in? There were many people from the winged men clan inside. Once the divine emperor came in, this world would definitely collapse. So the winged race's divine emperor outside would definitely wait for the other winged race members to leave before attacking. As long as the winged race members didn't leave, the divine emperor outside wouldn't dare to attack for a while. This was also why Lu Ming wanted to kill all the winged race members. Once they escaped, he would be in danger. If they didn't, he would be safe. "Kill!" roared Lu Ming, crazily attacking. He was covered in blood, but he didn't care. He focused all his energy on attacking. Bang! Several more winged race quasi-emperors were killed. Several 9th-level divine sovereigns were struck by his fist energy and exploded, dying on the spot. On the other side, the divine dragon race also stepped up their attacks, killing several winged race experts. With the divine dragon race holding them back, Lu Ming killed the winged race members even faster and more conveniently. With each move, he gained something. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Run! A terrified roar came from the winged men. Then, many winged men scattered like birds and beasts, frantically fleeing in all directions. At this moment of life and death, they could no longer care about Silver Wing. But now, the winged race's remaining strength was no longer as strong as the divine dragon race. In fact, they were even weaker. Don't let them escape. Tie them down, roared the divine dragon race. It was like two divine dragons were dealing with one winged race member. They crazily attacked, tightly tying down the winged race member. In their view, as long as they could tie down the winged race members, Lu Ming would be able to kill them. The fact that these winged race members were tied down and unable to break free for a while already represented their fate. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he continued to kill. He first chose a quasi-emperor to kill. The remaining quasi-emperors scattered and were tied down by the divine dragon race's experts. Facing Lu Ming, they had no power to resist at all. They were all killed by Lu Ming. In a dozen seconds, the winged race's quasi-emperors had all died at Lu Ming's hands. The winged race had sent 60 quasi-emperors this time, and all of them had died at Lu Ming's hands. Of course, to a huge race like the winged race, 60 quasi-emperors was nothing. But to Lu Ming, this was a great achievement. With the quasi-emperors dead, the remaining 9th-level divine sovereigns were even less of a match for Lu Ming. In front of Lu Ming, they had no power to resist. There was no suspense. Lu Ming punched. 6, 7 of them exploded one after another. It didn't take long for the remaining winged race members to be killed. Originally, there were still a few from the other races that hadn't died. Lu Ming didn't care about the consequences and dealt with them all. Chapter 37:10. It's settled. Looking at the corpses of the winged men and the feathers on the ground, the divine dragon race was stunned. Previously, when nearly 60 quasi-emperors of the winged men surrounded them, they had despaired. They thought that they would be wiped out this time. They didn't expect Lu Ming to appear at the crucial moment. It seemed that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Divine Lord Realm, but his battle strength was simply shocking. He killed the quasi-emperors of the winged men like they were chickens. They had never heard of such battle strength. At this moment, 5 Qinquan bags appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He had obtained them from killing Silver Wing and the others. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 5 Qinquan bags flew into the sky and rapidly expanded. Then, the Qinquan bags opened, and out flew divine dragons. Roar! The world was filled with the roars of dragons. Divine dragons of different colors flew in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. These divine dragons were all captured by the winged men. As soon as these mystical dragons flew out, they looked around vigilantly. When they saw the divine dragon royal capital, other mystical dragons, and no winged men, they relaxed. What's going on? What happened? Are we saved? Those divine dragons were curious. Immediately, a divine dragon in the divine dragon imperial capital recounted what had just happened. When they heard that Lu Ming had killed all the winged men by himself, they were incomparably shocked. Then, all the divine dragons flew over to Lu Ming and thanked him. Senior Lu, you're really too amazing. The 7-clawed divine dragon also flew over. He looked at Lu Ming with reverence and worship. However, Lu Ming didn't relax. Don't be happy too early. The crisis hasn't been resolved yet. The winged men have several god emperors guarding outside. If those god emperors attack, we'll all die. Lu Ming said. The moment he said that, the scene fell silent. All the mystical dragons had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew very well what the consequences of a god emperor attacking would be. This world would be destroyed. Then what do we do? Are we just going to wait? Damn it, let's go out and fight them. Angry roars could be heard. Lu Ming raised his hands, and the scene quieted down. After the previous battle, Lu Ming had accumulated a great reputation. Unknowingly, these mystical dragons regarded Lu Ming as their backbone. Actually, there's no need to be afraid. I have a way to send you to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming said. What? You can send us to the dragon race's mother planet? Lu Ming's words caused an uproar. All the mystical dragons were shocked beyond words. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was the legendary Holy Land of the Dragon Clan. Lu Ming could really send them to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. To be honest, not long after I left the mother planet of the dragon race, I met the World Annihilation Divine Dragon Senior Ao Qian. Senior Ao Qian gave me a type of array disc. Before Lu Ming could finish his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. What World Annihilation Divine Dragon Senior Ao Qian? Didn't Senior Ao Qian fall? That's the legendary invincible expert of the Dragon Clan. Do you really know such a great existence? All the dragons stared intently at Lu Ming, their eyes burning with passion. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly and said, Senior Ao Qian did not fall. He's now in the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He gave me an array disc that can open a wormhole to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There's no time to lose. I'll open the wormhole now and send you to the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming did not delay any further. He took out the 36 array discs that Ao Qian gave him and set up a large array in the air. The 36 array discs were arranged in a circle, emitting a bright light. Then, a vortex appeared in the void, and a dark passage appeared in the air. Through the wormhole, Lu Ming could vaguely feel the aura of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Success! Alright, the wormhole is open. Let's go. Lu Ming said. It really is the Dragon Clan's mother planet. I can feel a familiar aura. I'm excited. Many of the mystical dragons looked excited. Let's go, let's go. Some mystical dragons rushed into the wormhole and disappeared. Now, they could only choose to trust Lu Ming. With so many winged men here, it was certain that there were God Emperors guarding outside. The winged men God Emperors outside might think that there were winged men inside, so they did not dare to attack. But as time passed, they would definitely notice that something was wrong. By then, it would be too late. Rather than die at the hands of the winged men God Emperors, they might as well take a gamble. The wormhole was very big, and the dragons shrank their bodies. It could accommodate hundreds of dragons at the same time. There were tens of thousands of dragons in this world. It did not take long for them to successfully pass through the wormhole. In the end, only Lu Ming was left. Lu Ming also rushed into the wormhole. With a thought, the 36 disc arrays flew into Lu Ming's hands. The wormhole was disappearing, but Lu Ming's figure was already flying towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. When he arrived, the wormhole had also disappeared. Lu Ming did not intend to go out and fight the God Emperors. That would be courting death. In a mountain range on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, a large number of dragons descended. What a dense divine aura. Heavens, the density of the divine aura is too shocking. What a stable environment, what a familiar aura. The Dragon Clan's mother planet. I'm sure this is the mother planet. We have really arrived at the mother planet. Many dragons were so excited that they were trembling. Needless to say, as long as they sensed it, they would know that this was the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was the origin of all dragons. As long as they were divine dragons, they would have a special feeling once they arrived here. They were extremely excited. The cultivation environment here was much better than where they had stayed in the past. Cultivating here, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It would not be like before, where the highest cultivation level they could reach was Quasi-Emperor. I feel that I'm showing signs of a breakthrough. It won't be long before I break through. An old mystical dragon cried out excitedly. This was a Quasi-Emperor. When he was young, he was extremely talented and quickly cultivated to the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, he was unable to break through in that short period of time. He could have left that world to break through, but once he left that world, he would definitely not be able to return after breaking through. He might even be hunted down by the other clans. Many big clans coveted a divine dragon of the Divine Emperor realm. It would be very cool to have a Divine Emperor realm dragon pull a carriage. Therefore, he had been stuck at the Quasi-Emperor realm for many years. When he arrived at the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he immediately felt that he was about to break through. I'm about to break through too. Many dragons were stimulated and felt that they were about to break through. Chapter 37:11. All of the dragon race beings cheered in excitement. This was their homeland, the sacred land of the dragon race. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, it emitted a vast dragon aura. The scene suddenly quietened down. Feeling this vast dragon aura, all the dragons felt extremely pressured. Senior Ao Qian. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The figure in the sky was naturally the World Annihilation Divine Dragon Ao Qian. This is Senior Ao Qian. All the mystical dragons were shaken to their core. The World Annihilation Divine Dragon Ao Qian was the legendary strongest of the dragon race. They actually saw the legend with their own eyes. All the dragons were extremely excited and knelt down to pay their respects. No need to be so polite. Ao Qian waved his hand, and a force spread out. All the dragons stood up at the same time. Ao Qian sized up the tens of thousands of divine dragons, and a trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming, you're not bad. Ao Qian sighed. Bringing back tens of thousands of divine dragons was a huge gain. As long as they were nurtured well, the dragon race would not be exterminated and would prosper. This was the foundation for the dragon race to rise again. Originally, there were only a few divine dragons left on the dragon race's mother planet. With so few divine dragons, how could the dragon race grow stronger? But with tens of thousands of them, the speed of reproduction would be very fast. This is what I should do. In the future, as long as I encounter divine dragons outside, I will send them to the dragon race's mother planet. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Good, good, good. Ao Qian nodded repeatedly and then made arrangements for these divine dragons. The dragon race's mother planet had a vast territory. There were only a few dragon humans left. It was too easy to arrange tens of thousands of divine dragons. As for Lu Ming, he did not leave immediately. Since he was back, he planned to take a batch of divine herbs with him. He had already discovered the secret of the taboo cultivation. It required him to constantly store energy. In this way, he would not be afraid of death in a battle. He did not need to defend. Even if he was seriously injured, he could quickly recover and even increase his cultivation. During the battle with the winged men, Lu Ming discovered that his cultivation had increased by a lot. He was quickly approaching the 5th level Divine Lord realm. If such intense life and death great battles came a few more rounds, he would probably be able to break through to 5th level Divine Lord. Of course, the prerequisite was that his cells had stored enough energy and accumulated enough potential. While Lu Ming was plundering the divine herbs, a few winged men god kings outside the middle-sized cosmos had ugly looks on their faces. Naturally, he had received news from Silver Wing and the others. He knew that a Lu Ming with terrifying battle prowess had appeared and was hunting the winged men. However, they did not dare to charge in directly for fear of destroying the world. If that happened, none of the winged ones inside would survive. Therefore, they could only wait outside. However, after waiting for an entire day, not a single winged person came out of the medium-sized world. They knew that the winged man inside was most likely dead. If he was fine, how could he not come out? Let me go in and take a look. One of the winged individuals said, his face gloomy. Then, they opened the passage and the Divine Emperor Realm winged man stepped in. He retracted his aura to the extreme, not daring to leak it in the slightest. Then, he began to search this world. However, after looking around, he did not see a single divine dragon or winged man. The world became empty. There was nothing in it. How can this be? Damn it. The winged man roared. How could the people of this world suddenly disappear without a trace? Boom! He could no longer hold back. A terrifying aura burst out. The aura of a divine emperor was too terrifying. This world could not withstand it at all. With the winged man as the center, a huge spatial crack spread out, extending to the end of the world. Rumble. The entire world shook violently. Heaven and earth shook, the ground cracked, and lava filled the sky. The entire world was being destroyed. Soon, the entire world exploded, turning into a void. This world could not withstand the pressure of a divine emperor. Disappear. The winged man God King said coldly. He flapped his wings, and 2 rays of light burst out, splitting the world into several pieces. The speed of destruction suddenly increased. The winged man God King broke through the void and left this world, appearing outside. From the outside, one could clearly see that the starry sky was violently distorting, and powerful energy was overflowing. What's going on? The few divine emperors outside immediately asked. The divine emperor who went and told them what he saw. The others were dumbfounded. In the end, they left this place and reported this matter. Half a month later, Lu Ming left the dragon race's mother planet again. This time, he brought a lot of divine herbs, enough for him to use for a while. This time, Lu Ming did not go to the area where the Winged Man clan was located. He was afraid that the Winged Man clan was looking for him. Lu Ming chose to go in another direction. The direction he went was the south of the primitive universe. This was because the illusory heavenly palace was located in the south of the primitive universe. He was not in a hurry. He hurried along while cultivating. Half a year later, he came to a bustling place. This place was a famous commercial area in the south of the primitive universe. Many seeds and merchants gathered in this area. It also attracted many experts to trade here. Lu Ming came here to find out if the heavenly palace was recruiting heavenly soldiers. Secondly, Lu Ming wanted to buy some secret skills. Previously, he had killed hundreds of Winged Man clan experts and plundered 28 different secret skills from them. Most of these secret skills were related to speed. However, 5 of them had been cultivated by Lu Ming before, so there were only 23 that Lu Ming had not cultivated. In the past half a year, Lu Ming had cultivated these secret skills into secret skill runes and integrated them into his cells. The more secret skill runes he integrated, the stronger Lu Ming's combat strength would be. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to find more secret skills to cultivate. Planet Shengchuan was a huge and bustling planet. Experts of different races shuttled back and forth. Lu Ming walked on the street. It was too much for his eyes to take in. After strolling for a while, Lu Ming walked into a huge shop. The shop was very big. There were many shelves neatly placed with all kinds of treasures. Divine pills, divine weapons, divine medicines, divine techniques, secret skills, and so on. Dear customer, how can I help you? A beautiful young girl came over and asked with a kind smile. I need to buy some secret skills. Lu Ming went straight to the point, stating his purpose for coming. Oh, what secret skills do you need? I can help you see if there are any. The young girl said. I can buy any secret skills. The more, the better. Lu Ming said. Chapter 37:12. You'll buy any secret technique? This time, the young woman was stunned. She looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It wasn't that no one bought ordinary secret techniques, but they wouldn't buy a lot. Usually, they would buy 1 or 2 to study and use as a supplementary method. This was because cultivating divine power required secret techniques. Secret techniques were unfathomable and had great potential. Their power was far above ordinary secret techniques. Even if one spent a lifetime to cultivate them, they might not be able to cultivate to the greater success stage. Therefore, there were very few people who cultivated ordinary secret techniques. Unless they hadn't awakened any secret techniques. However, while origin source secret techniques were rare in the Taishu sacred court, they were rare in some of the more powerful universe-level powers and even the various powerful races. Almost everyone in some powerful races could awaken secret techniques. Even if some people couldn't awaken them when they were young, they would be able to awaken them when they were older and their cultivation was high. Therefore, there were very few people who would buy a lot of secret techniques at once. Moreover, Lu Ming could buy as many as he wanted, so there were even fewer of them. "Sir, do you really want to buy a lot?" the young woman asked again. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "Then I'll ask our young master to come out and talk to you. Please wait a moment." The young woman bowed and left. Not long after, the young woman came over with a young man. The man was very handsome and looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing luxurious clothes and had a smile on his face. He walked towards Lu Ming with a trace of curiosity in the depths of his eyes. "I'm Jiang Lebang, may I know your name?" The young man cupped his fists and smiled. "Mu Yun." Lu Ming cupped his fists and replied. "Brother Mu, do you want to buy a lot of secret techniques?" Jiang Lebang asked. "Yes, I already have some secret techniques. I need to buy secret techniques that I don't have." "I'll buy as many as you have," Lu Ming said. "Brother Mu, please come in and talk in detail," Jiang Lebang said and led Lu Ming to a guest room. "Brother Mu, these are all the secret techniques I have. There are a total of 220 secret techniques. Brother Lu, take a look and see which ones you need." Jiang Lebang handed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. There were 220 secret techniques recorded in the jade talisman. Of course, there were only names and introductions. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. "There are 60, I already have them." Lu Ming's heart stirred. Many of the secret techniques he had mastered before were commonly used secret techniques. Many people had them, so they were easy to repeat. However, other than these 60 techniques, Lu Ming did not cultivate the remaining 160 techniques. Lu Ming was quite excited to suddenly have 160 more doors. These. Apart from these, I want all of the remaining 160 secret arts. Lu Ming pointed out the 60 secret arts he already possessed. Jiang Lebang's eyes flashed. Buying 160 secret arts at once was a big deal. Naturally, there were different levels of secret skills and their prices were also different. However, the price of 160 secret skills was already very high. Jiang Lebang reported the price of the 160 secret skills. Over the years, Lu Ming had killed a lot of enemies and accumulated a lot of wealth. He was so rich that he paid divine crystals to buy all of them without blinking an eye. After putting away the 160 secret skills, Lu Ming was quite happy. "Brother Jiang, if you have other secret skills that I don't have, I want all of them," Lu Ming said. "I do want to do business with Brother Mu, but it's not easy to collect these secret skills. However, I do have a way. Brother Mu, you can try it. Maybe you can get a lot of secret skills," Jiang Lebang said. "What way?" Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He had 60 trillion cells, and every single one of them was infused with a secret technique. The more secret skills integrated, the stronger his battle strength would naturally be. Moreover, according to Fei Huang, he needed to accumulate at the beginning. Only when he had accumulated enough secret skills could he walk his own path and truly transcend. However, it was difficult to do so without enough accumulation. Therefore, to Lu Ming, the more secret techniques he had, the better. On planet Shengchuan, every once in a while, there will be a trade fair. At that time, there will be many experts from many races participating. Everyone will take out treasures to trade with others for treasures that they can use. Those people most likely have many secret techniques that they can trade for. Jiang Lebang said. "Okay, when will the trade fair be held?" Lu Ming asked. 3 months later. Jiang Lebang said, "Brother Mu, what's the name of your illusory divine jade? When there's news, I'll inform you through the illusory divine jade." I don't have any illusory divine jade," Lu Ming said. He had left his previous illusory divine jade to his past self. Although he had obtained a lot of illusory divine jades from others, those illusory divine jades were already bound to others and could not be used. Jiang Libang was also a little speechless. In the primitive universe, only some small forces or very remote places did not have illusory divine jades. It was not difficult for some of the larger forces or races to get their hands on illusory divine jades. Previously, Lu Ming had been very generous and did not seem like someone who could not afford illusory divine jades. Later, Lu Ming bought another illusory divine jade from Jiang Libang and named it Mu Yun. After exchanging contact information with Jiang Libang, Lu Ming bid farewell and found an inn to stay in. Then, he began to cultivate secret skills. As Lu Ming cultivated more secret skills, his cultivation speed became faster and faster. This time, he had obtained 160 secret skills. In 3 months, Lu Ming had cultivated 60 kinds of secret skills. In this way, he had integrated 190 secret skills into every cell in his body. These secret skills came in all kinds. Some were good at speed, some were good at attack, some were good at defense, some were good at support, and so on. Some were good at dispelling poison, and some were good at healing. Although the healing and detoxification secret skills were not very useful to Lu Ming now, Lu Ming still cultivated all of them. After cultivating another 60 secret skills, Lu Ming's overall strength became stronger. These secret skills were integrated into every cell in Lu Ming's body. With a thought, they would erupt with astonishing power. At this time, Lu Ming also received news from Jiang Libang that the trading meet was about to begin. Lu Ming was the first to see Jiang Libang. He followed Jiang Libang to a huge hall. The hall was very wide, and there were many chairs in the hall. These chairs were arranged in a circle, and there were at least 1,000 chairs. When Lu Ming and Jiang Libang arrived, many people had already arrived and were sitting on the chairs. Some people knew each other and chatted with each other. Some people had cold expressions and sat alone with their eyes closed. After Lu Ming and Jiang Libang arrived, they casually found a seat and sat down. Chapter 37:13. As time passed, more and more people entered the hall. Slowly, the thousands of chairs were filled. That's Yu Chang from the Icy Moon Vine race. It's really him. I didn't expect the Icy Moon Vine race to be here too. A few voices came from the crowd. They were surprised and solemn. Icy Moon Vine race. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was a big race. They were ranked 437th on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. They were already the top race in the primitive universe. Lu Ming looked up and saw a young man in a silver robe. He walked in with a few middle-aged men and sat down on the chairs. The others quickly bowed to the young man from the Icy Moon Vine race and gave him a flattering smile. The Heavenly Locust race is here too. Another voice rang out. Everyone's gazes shifted to the entrance. A young man in a blue robe with a sinister expression walked into the hall with a few people behind him. The Heavenly Locust race was ranked 356th on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. They were even more terrifying than the Icy Moon Vine race. Wherever the Heavenly Locust race passed, nothing grew. It was terrifying. Yu Chang, you're here too. What treasures did you bring this time? The young man from the Heavenly Locust race smiled evilly when he saw Yu Chang. Of course I have treasures. Let's see if you have treasures of the same level to exchange. Yu Chang replied coldly. Although the Icy Moon Vine race was ranked lower than the Heavenly Locust race, he was not afraid of them. The young man from the Heavenly Locust race smiled evilly and sat down with his men. As the geniuses of the two races entered, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. An hour later, the hall was filled with people. At this moment, an old man walked in. The old man's hair was white, but he was in high spirits. Thank you for coming to this trade fair. However, there are rules. No fighting is allowed during the trade fair. Don't blame me for being merciless if you break the rules. The old man cupped his fists and said. Of course, of course. Everyone in the hall quickly replied. Even Yu Chong and the young man from the heavenly locust race had to be cautious. This was because the old man's background was not to be underestimated. It was said that he was related to the top 100 races on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. The heavenly locust race and the icy moon vine race did not dare to act rashly. Alright, let's begin the trade fair. Let this old man start. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, his palm glowed and a small piece of armor appeared in his hand. This armor is called the Soul Anchor Armor. It has a powerful soul defensive ability. Even if you encounter a Spiritus powerhouse of the same level, it can still defend you. The white-haired old man introduced. Against experts of the same level, I can defend myself for a bit. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. The soul race was the race with the strongest soul research in the primitive universe. Their soul attacks were unparalleled and terrifying to the extreme. Even the other races in the top 10 were extremely wary of the soul race. And this armor could even defend against the soul attacks of a Spiritus at the same level. Didn't this mean that if one were to encounter the soul attacks of other races at the same level, the effects would be absolutely astonishing? For example, the Wu people might not be able to break this armor even if they were at the same level. Senior, what do you want? What realm can it reach? Immediately, many people started asking questions. This armor can be used until I reach the first godly emperor layer. I need an imperial godly herb. The white-haired old man said. Only the first godly emperor layer. You want an imperial godly herb? Many people felt it was a pity. The first godly emperor layer was already unattainable for ordinary groups of the universe. But for groups of the primitive universe like the list of 10,000 clans, it wasn't that difficult. It could only be used until the first godly emperor layer, which meant that once a cultivator reached the second godly emperor layer, the armor's power would be greatly reduced. At the same time, its value would also be greatly reduced. Besides, he needed an imperial godly herb. Imperial godly herbs were very useful for cultivators of the godly emperor layer. It wasn't worth it to exchange for an armor that could only be used until the first godly emperor layer. Therefore, for a while, nobody said anything. After a while. Senior, isn't the demand for an emperor-grade divine medicine a bit too high? Can you change the conditions? Asked someone. This old man needs an emperor-grade divine herb. Is there anyone who wants to trade? Asked the white-haired old man. Nobody replied. Imperial godly herbs were very precious. They were priceless. Of course, no one wanted to exchange them. Even though Lu Ming had more than one imperial godly herb, he wasn't interested in the armor. He didn't have a soul in his consciousness. His soul was in every cell of his body. Ordinary soul attacks were useless against him. Therefore, he wasn't interested in the armor. After a short time, nobody came. The white-haired old man sighed in disappointment. He put the armor away and sat down. I'll do it. After that, a middle-aged man stood up. Then, a jade box appeared in his hand. When he opened it, there was a sword-shaped crystal inside. This is a sword god crystal. It's very useful for people who practice the original strength of swords. It can help them sever shackles. I want a spiritual enhancing pill. Who wants it? Asked the middle-aged man. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. How much can your sword god crystal increase the power of sword-type origin source secret arts to sever the shackles? Asked someone. It can increase the efficiency by 50%. Said the middle-aged man. 50%. Many people looked even more excited. Being able to increase the efficiency by 50% was already very good. It could greatly shorten the cultivation time. Originally, it would take 10 years. Now, it would only take 6 or 7 years. Moreover, for ordinary divine lords and divine emperors, cultivation would take hundreds of millions of years. How much time could this save? However, many people sighed because the spiritual enhancing pill was also very precious. The spiritual enhancing pill could increase a person's potential. Potential was the most important thing for cultivators. Potential determined how far a person could go in the future. It determined the upper limit of a person's cultivation. It was extremely precious. "I'll exchange with you." After a while, someone finally spoke. Everyone looked over and saw that it was an old man. The old man took out a jade bottle and walked in front of the middle-aged man. "Here's a spiritual enhancing pill. Take it and check it," said the old man. The middle-aged man nodded and took the jade bottle. Then, he revealed a satisfied smile. This was indeed a spiritual enhancing pill. He had exchanged it for his children. Increasing the potential of young people was the most important thing. When they got older, it would be difficult to increase their potential. "I'll exchange." The middle-aged man handed the sword god crystal to the old man. Both of them had gotten what they wanted and were happy. Satisfied, they returned to their seats. Then, the exchange continued. "I have a fiery origin fruit here. It's extremely beneficial for cultivating fire-attributed god power. It can help awaken one's origin god power factor, even if it's only 4 or 5 times. I'll exchange it for a treasure that's beneficial for cultivating saber-related origin secret techniques," said a middle-aged woman. Chapter 37:14. Fire source fruit. The eyes of many people who cultivated fire-attributed divine power lit up. Then, people began to make exchanges. However, Lu Ming was not interested in any of this. In his opinion, the fire source fruit and sword god crystal were far inferior to the life source grass and heavenly source fruit he had obtained from the dragon clan's mother planet. The sword god crystal was only useful for sword-type origin source secret techniques, and its efficiency was only increased by 50%. The fire source fruit was only useful for fire-attributed divine power, and its efficiency was only doubled. Of course, the duration of these two effects was longer than the life source grass and heavenly source fruit. However, the difference in effectiveness was too great. Firstly, the life source grass and heavenly source fruit had no attribute restrictions. They were useful for divine power of any attribute or origin source secret technique. Secondly, refining one of the life source grass and heavenly source fruit could greatly increase one's divine power of origin or origin source secret technique. It did not require much time. The difference in value between these two items was many times greater. The exchanges continued. However, Lu Ming was not interested in the treasures these people took out. Lu Ming was only interested in 2 treasures. One was a treasure that contained a large amount of energy. However, Lu Ming had many divine herbs in his possession, enough to last him for a while. In addition, Lu Ming was interested in all kinds of secret techniques. This was also the purpose of his visit. However, no one took out any secret techniques to exchange. After a day, at least a few hundred people had exchanged treasures, but none of them was what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to step forward himself. "Let me." Lu Ming stood up, and many people looked at him. His palm glowed, and a divine herb appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This is a monarch-grade divine herb. After refining it, it can increase one's cultivation rapidly. It is also very useful for breaking through to the next realm. Moreover, its medicinal effect is 3 times that of divine herbs of the same level. Lu Ming introduced. That was indeed the case. The Dragon Clan's mother planet had been sealed for so many years. The divine herbs produced in those sacred ruins were extremely potent. They were several times more potent than divine herbs of the same level. Hundreds and thousands of fiery gazes gathered on the divine medicine in Lu Ming's hands. After all, most of the people present were divine monarchs. There were very few divine emperors. The effects of this divine medicine were too great for them. "What do you need?" someone asked. "I want secret techniques. 1 stock of divine medicine for 3 secret techniques that I don't have," Lu Ming said. "Exchange secret technique." Everyone was astonished. Similar to Jiang Libang's previous doubts, ordinary people did not have high requirements for secret techniques. They would only cultivate a few auxiliary secret techniques and mainly cultivate the essence secret techniques. Unless it was a Constitution's secret technique or one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. They didn't know why Lu Ming wanted these secret techniques. However, they didn't think too much about it. It was Lu Ming's business if he wanted to exchange so many secret techniques. They only wanted the divine medicine. I'll switch with you. I'll do it. Immediately, many people shouted. There were at least a few dozen people. I spoke first. I'll switch first. Who said you spoke first? Do you have evidence? I was the one who spoke first. Dozens of people began to compete fiercely. Everyone. Lu Ming raised his hand and the scene quieted down. Everyone, I have more than one stock of divine medicine. As long as you have a secret technique, I'll exchange for it. Lu Ming said. Then, everyone quieted down. I'm the first. An old man rushed out and came in front of Lu Ming. He then took out 3 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Ming. Little brother, there are 3 secret techniques here. Take a look. The old man said. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He shook his head slightly and said, I already have the heavenly eye technique. I need a secret technique that I don't have. Okay, I'll change it. The old man quickly took out another jade token. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ming didn't have this secret technique. Lu Ming handed the divine medicine to the old man and successfully obtained 3 new secret techniques. After putting away the secret techniques, Lu Ming took out another stock of divine medicine. This stock of divine medicine is about the same as the previous one. I still don't have 3 secret techniques. Lu Ming said. I'll do it. I'll go first. Immediately, a large group of people shouted. Because Lu Ming needed a secret technique that he didn't have. If he was 1 step early, he would benefit. If he was late and the secret technique he took out overlapped with the previous one, he wouldn't be able to exchange it. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only choose for himself. I'll take this senior. Lu Ming pointed to a middle-aged burly man and successfully exchanged for 3 new types of secret skills. Just like that, Lu Ming used a total of 10 stocks of divine medicine to exchange for 30 new secret techniques. Now, Lu Ming had 190 secret techniques that he had cultivated, and 130 secret techniques that he hadn't cultivated yet. But at this time, Lu Ming didn't continue to take out divine medicines to exchange. After all, he also needed divine medicines. His future cultivation couldn't be separated from energy. Lu Ming would keep the rest. However, Lu Ming still had several treasures on him. Life Source Grass and Heavenly Source Fruit. The Life Source Grass and Heavenly Source Fruit weren't useful to Lu Ming's current body. They were useful to his past body. So Lu Ming didn't bring many of them with him. He only brought a small amount of each. He was looking for an opportunity to exchange for some resources. With a thought, a stalk of Life Source Grass appeared. This is the Life Source Grass. Everyone should have heard of it before. Lu Ming didn't introduce it too much. It was impossible for them not to know about it. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Ming opened his mouth, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Then, everyone stared at the Life Source Grass with burning eyes. The Life Source Grass was useful to all kinds of divine force. Its effects were amazing. It was the best of the best treasures to cultivate origin source divine force. I need a stock of Life Source Grass to exchange for 20 secret techniques that I need. Lu Ming stated his conditions. 20. Everyone looked at each other. Ordinary people wouldn't have too many secret techniques. They couldn't take out 20. Moreover, the secret techniques that Lu Ming needed were the same as the secret techniques that Lu Ming had mastered. He didn't want them. This condition was too difficult. Change your condition. I can use other treasures to exchange with you. A voice sounded. Everyone saw that the one who spoke was the young genius from the heavenly Acrypoid race. His expression was cold, as if he wasn't negotiating with Lu Ming, but giving an order. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time the young genius from the heavenly acropoid race had spoken. He must be tempted by the life source grass. Well, the more talented one was, the more tempted they would be to obtain such treasures. The life source grass could save a lot of time. It was too attractive. It could help him to be ahead of the other sky prides. Chapter 37:15. Many people sighed. They knew that since the heavenly acropoid race's prodigy had spoken, they had no chance of getting the Genesis grass. Lu Ming dared not to give face to the heavenly acropoid race's prodigy. He had to compromise. However, Lu Ming's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming shook his head and said, "I don't need any other treasures. I only need secret skills. 20 secret skills, not one less." These words shook the hearts of the others. Lu Ming actually rejected the heavenly acropoid race's prodigy's offer. The heavenly acropoid race's prodigy's face was gloomy to begin with. Now, it was even gloomier. "Brat, do you know who I am? I am from the heavenly acropoid race." The heavenly acropoid race's prodigy was about to mention his background, but he was interrupted by Lu Ming. "I don't care what race you are from. If you don't have any secret skills, shut up," Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming did not care what race you were from. He had even killed the 16th ranked Enyang race back in the dragon race's mother planet. Why would he be afraid of the heavenly acropoid race? Many people gasped a breath of cold air. Lu Ming was too daring. He was simply courting death. The heavenly acropoid race's prodigy's mouth was half open. Clearly, he hadn't expected that someone on planet Shengchuan would dare to talk back to him like this. "Ha ha ha, Huang Feng, it seems like he is not giving you face." On the other side, Yu Cheng laughed loudly. He was not afraid of the heavenly acropoid race. Huang Feng's face was extremely ugly. He glanced coldly at Lu Ming and sat down without saying a word. "Brother, I'll take your life origin grass. I'll buy some secret techniques in exchange for it," Yu Cheng said. Immediately, Yu Cheng took out other treasures and divine gems to buy secret skills from others. He gathered 20 secret skills that Lu Ming needed and exchanged them for the Genesis grass with Lu Ming. "Brother, if you have any more Genesis grass or similar treasures, I can use other treasures to exchange them with you." Yu Cheng glanced at Lu Ming, looking expectant. "No more." Lu Ming shook his head. He still had the life Genesis grass and heavenly yuan fruit, and even emperor-grade divine herbs, but he had no intention of taking them out. If he exposed too many treasures, he might be targeted by others. Lu Ming was already satisfied with the 50 new secret techniques he obtained this time. The trading continued, and another day passed in the blink of an eye. There weren't any treasures that could move Lu Ming too much. As for the transaction, it was gradually coming to an end. "All right, let's end this transaction. 3 years from now, we'll hold another one. You're all welcome." The old man from before announced the end of the trading meet. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Ming and Jiang Lebang walked together. This time, Jiang Lebang also made 2 transactions and obtained the treasures he needed. He could be considered to have returned from a rewarding journey. On the way, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. On the other hand, Jiang Lebang's expression froze. Because they had been blocked. They were from the heavenly locust tribe. Together with 4 burly middle-aged men, Huang Feng stood in front of Lu Ming and the rest. When they saw Lu Ming, the 4 men's figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming and Jiang Lebang. "Huang Feng, what do you want?" Jiang Lebang asked coldly. He had a powerful background and was not afraid of the heavenly locust tribe. "Jiang Lebang, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm here to look for this brat," Huang Feng said coldly, then smiled wickedly and looked at Lu Ming. "Brat, you've got guts. I'll give you a chance now. Give me your storage ring, kneel down and slap yourself 20 times. Kowtow and admit your mistake and I'll spare your life." Huang Feng's eyes flickered with greed as he stared at the storage ring in Lu Ming's hand. He thought that since Lu Ming could take out a stalk of life Genesis grass, He most likely still had some left. This made him greedy and his eyes burned with desire. That brat is done for. I knew it. That brat is so arrogant and daring to talk back to the heavenly locust tribe's Huang Fong. He's really courting death. A fourth-layer divine monarch has such guts. He's dead for sure. On the side, many people saw the situation here, and some of them were gloating. Some people were like that. If someone else did something they did not dare to do, they would be unhappy and hope that the person would be unlucky. But in the next moment, they shut up and stared. Because Lu Ming said coldly, "Scram." Scram. Lu Ming told Huang Fong to scram. Everyone was flabbergasted, even Huang Fong himself was stunned. Even Jiang Libang was dumbfounded. He's dead. This brat is dead for sure. He doesn't know what's good for him. He could have saved his life if he handed over his storage ring, kowtowed, and slapped himself 20 times. But now, he's dead for sure. No one can save him. The surrounding people concluded that Lu Ming was dead for sure. The Heavenly Locust Tribe was ranked 356th on the list of 10,000 primitive races. This ranking did not seem high, but it was not. The primitive universe was too big. There were countless races and forces. It was like the sands of the Ganges. No one could say for sure. Countless races and forces were scattered throughout the boundless Your Wilds universe. Not to mention the 356th place. Even those that were ranked in the thousands were terrifyingly large clans. They ruled over vast territories and commanded countless living beings. A race like the Heavenly Locust Tribe was unimaginably powerful. Not to mention the Heavenly Acripoi Tribe, just Huang Fong and the 4 burly middle-aged men that he brought with him were far from what Lu Ming could handle. They were all quasi-emperors. Killing Lu Ming would be no different from killing an ant. As expected, Huang Fong's expression was extremely ugly. He did not hide his killing intent at all. "Brat, I was merciful and wanted to give you a chance. But you didn't know how to cherish it. Now, you're dead. I'll sentence you to death," Huang Fong said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming with disdain. He was high and mighty. With one sentence, he wanted to sentence Lu Ming to death. "Idiot," Lu Ming said indifferently. With that, he stepped forward and was about to leave. Huang Fong was only a 6th-level divine sovereign. The 4 middle-aged men were only quasi-emperors. Not long ago, he killed the 130th place winged men. That was 60 quasi-emperors. Why would he care about these people? "You're courting death." Huang Fong was about to explode. With a roar, he slashed at Lu Ming with his saber-like palm. The Heavenly Locust Tribe had saber-like arms. His attack was not aimed at Lu Ming's head, but Lu Ming's arm. He did not want Lu Ming to die so easily. He wanted to torture Lu Ming and let Lu Ming die painfully. He wanted to let others know the consequences of offending him.